She's off mute.
Okay. I just want to do a check, board membership, make sure we can hear you.
No.
No.
How we have to start over for the, we have to start over for the live stream.
The good news is she can hear us, right? Bishop, can you say something if you can hear us? Can you mute yourself and then try unmuting yourself and see if that fixes it?
Nope.
Her mic's not working.
Can't hear anything.
It should be double muted. It should be double muted,
On her.
like computer and Teams.
But is someone also checking, getting, if they can hear us on the live stream?
Bishop, can you try to say something again? Bishop, can you say something else?
Good morning.
There you
Okay.
go.
There you
Good
go.
morning.
All right.
Right.
Can you tell Caitlin thank you for saving the day?
Thank you.
All right, I'm gonna just start this, I'm gonna run this around again. All right. I now call the May 8th, 2026 special meeting of the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Board of Education to order. Board member Lenora Shipp will be joining us virtually via Teams. There being no opposition to any items on the agenda is adopted by unanimous consent. So we are at the, we're at the next to the last conversation about budget. We have gone through a series of meetings specifically about budget alignments that began this past Saturday with another meeting on Tuesday. And now we are in the final stages of what a amended budget could look like. And so with that being said, we have submitted, in our last session, we went through large bucket items, particularly in in the theory of change, and any questions that we had and any strategies that we wanted considered as a part of the budget, process. Those have been provided to the superintendent, as well as her cabinet, in order to discuss it today. So with that being said, we'll begin with the budget presentation. And we'll start there. I don't know if there are any general questions by board members before we begin about the process and where we're at. Board Member Hatch.
Thank you. Thank you for that summary. Dr. Hill, before we begin the budget presentation, I think based off where we ended our last meeting and conversations around community feedback, board feedback at multiple meetings, and then as a result of this budget process, is this presentation, do you feel comfortable with the recommendations that you all are about to present as your own recommendations?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
I've just wanted to basically, from our last conversation, it was more around like staff versus the board. And so wanted to make sure that this presentation is your recommendation based off all of the feedback that you've been able to receive over the last several months.
We've received feedback specifically in terms of what the board was requesting. And that came on Saturday, as Madam Chair spoke, on Saturday and also on Tuesday. And so based on the 6 strategic adjustments, we have put together some options to walk the board through. So we're prepared to do that today.
Okay.
Board Member Stone.
Kind of not yet in
Oh,
the,
yeah.
since we're not yet in the process, maybe I would just like to throw this out for consideration for next year, that when all this is said and done, that we look at our process and look for improvements next year so we don't find ourselves at this point in time. I just want to throw that out there for consideration. We need to go back and look where we've been, how we got here, and figure out a way to do this more efficiently and more effectively. Thank you.
I would say that's a great observation. Thank you, Board Member Stone. We, staff, have already talked about doing an after-action review from what we can do better from a staff side in the budget process, and then also had planned to request an opportunity to do an after-action review with the board to get the board's feedback as well. So thank you for lifting that.
All right, thank you. Any other questions about process today? All right, Dr. Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As mentioned, we've received 6 strategic adjustments, so we plan to walk through each one of those. The team has been really intentional in terms of natural pauses, but of course, this is a discussion and opportunity for questions. So we will just look to Madam Chair in terms of pacing of the conversation.
Yes.
Okay, and so we'll start with the first one and turn it over to Chief Financial Officer Kelly Klutz.
All right. Thank you and good morning. You can hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. I couldn't tell if the mic was working. Okay. Our agenda, as Dr. Hill mentioned, the 6 strategic adjustments, and we're going to start with, the strategic adjustment 1, the budget option where assumptions for state increase is up to 5%. So let's get started there. Just a little bit of terms we would want to become familiar with before we get into the details of this conversation. We want to specifically understand one-time funds, and so those funds are defined as they're available for a limited period, guaranteed and not guaranteed. Sorry, the word not is really important. Not guaranteed to continue for future years. So one-time funds often comes from grants, carryover, federal relief, or special allocations. Generally, you should not use non-reoccurring funding for reoccurring expenses, meaning salaries and benefits that continue every year. You generally should not use one-time funds for those purposes. Reoccurring funds are the ones that are expected to be in our budget consistently year over year. So those are primary sources would be our annual operating budget, local, state, and federal. And of course, there are exceptions to that rule, but generally we expect our funds to reoccur. Okay, these are funds that you can use for salaries and benefits and core services that continue year to year. So what happens if you make a decision to use one-time funds on a reoccurring expense is you're delaying the decision. So if you make a decision to use one-time funds on salaries and benefits, then the following year you would then have to make that cut. It's a short-term patch that is not advised. So Caitlin has given you a document, a ledger-sized document. We're going to start walking through this. So here we talk about our budget request that's built on the, Caitlin, can you pull this up? We're going to talk about the budget request that's built on an assumed 3% state pay increase for all staff. And so please note, I specifically said all staff, not just teachers. These are custodians, bus drivers, teachers, instructional support, anyone that works, a full-time employee that works for, a full-time permanent employee that works for CMS. So before we begin, I want to be clear for our public, because I know it can get confusing sometimes. CMS does not determine the pay increase for teachers or staff. That is not something that we do. The state makes that determination. CMS's role is to adopt a lawful, balanced budget that ensures all employees receive the same state-determined increase regardless of how the position is funded. This discussion is not about advocacy for higher or lower state-paid increase. It's solely about matching whatever increase the state ultimately decides and ensures that we have funding in place to do so. This timing challenge that we're experiencing right now is not unique to this year, to this budget year. It happens every budget cycle. The budget request levels up our local funding so that when the state sets the pay increase, CMS is prepared to apply the same increase to all employees in the same way, both state and locally paid without disruption. So many would say that this is a good problem to have, and I think I would agree. There are districts that are not supported by their local county government with additional employees outside of the general statute requirement. They only have employees that align directly with that requirement. At the end of the day, this challenge reflects the reality that the state's funding does not cover the cost of delivering a sound basic education as promised. As a result, local dollars are required to bridge that gap and support our students and staff. We based our assumption on historical data, and I'm going to go in detail further into the conversation about that historical data and how we got our assumption. Right now, the current conversations that we are hearing is that they are suggesting that the increase will be between 5% and 8%. We requested 3%. It's included in our county request, so you can put a check mark on that. So the $9.7 million on your document, are you following me?
Yes.
Okay. That's asked for, that's covered. And then we have a backup plan for 6%. Okay, you see the dark purple lines? We have a backup plan to get us to 6%. So the column that says amount of additional increase, go over to 6%, that's 6.4 additional dollars we'll need to get to 6%. We do have a plan to get to 6%. Okay. Chair Sneed, I would like to respect the board's time. I am happy to go through the details of those calculations, or we can do questions later. I defer to you.
Board members, do you have questions at this point? And about what's being presented so far and the information that we've had leading up to this point? Yeah, oh, yes.
Thank you. Thank you. This is more so a point of clarity, Chief Klutz. Last year, we also budgeted a 3%.
That's right.
And so can you remind me where those, how those funds get funded and all of that?
Yes, I'm happy to. Caitlin, will you scroll down in our document? Okay. Caitlin, point to the $6 million. Caitlin is pointing to a decrease of $6 million. So in our budget request for the county last year, we asked for a 3% increase. The state did not fund that, and so we are still holding that money. The county funded it for us. We're holding that money. And so when we talked with the county about that this year, planning for 26, 27, they said, you already have $6 million. So we're capturing it here.
I see. So you're already,
Accounted
that is
for.
baked into your ask already, okay, thank you.
Okay.
Dr. Hatch?
Yes, thank you for this. I think my question is more around I think your comment, Chief Klutz, around already having a plan with the $6 million here at the bottom. And what I'm trying to understand is what is the benefit to the budget to not updating the assumption from 3% to, let's say, 5%, so that you have your contingency of the $6 million? Because it's like you're using your contingency already before we even approve the budget, essentially.
It's in the document, in the plan, how we move forward. Would it be okay if I get to it naturally?
Yep.
I have, one thing is, I don't know, how will I see board membership if she has a question, if we're in presentation mode?
Can you do something, Caitlin?
Can you see her on your, who's running the?
Okay, well,
You have to minimize her on her pic, yep, right there.
That's the problem,
Okay.
you can't see her.
board membership, if you have a question, at some point, if you, you probably just have to speak up. So, well, this might work. You may just have to say something to be sure that that you are acknowledged.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. I will.
But when we go in presentation mode,
Well, we can see you now, but just in case, you can always speak up at the point we're pausing for questions, so we make sure that you're acknowledged.
is this okay? She's not in presentation mode. I think if she goes in presentation mode, board membership will go away. Is that right?
That's fine.
Just try it.
You're good.
It's okay?
You're good right now.
Maybe split the screens.
All right, just, go ahead.
Go ahead. Okay. Okay, I'm going to walk through these numbers just a moment. So the amount for additional increase, so if the state were to come back with a 4% increase, we need $2.1 million. Are you following me on the page? 5% is 4.3, 6% is 6.4, 7% is 8.6, 8% is 10.7, and then if we were fortunate enough to get 9%, we would need $13 million, okay? Okay. So right below the numbers that we just looked at, you see the section labeled identified trade-offs for totaling $6.6 million. We were proactive and we had a backup plan in place. As state decisions evolved, we adjusted accordingly. We looked for areas where we could make smart strategic reductions, to help support compensation increases, working smarter, not harder. We proactively identified parts of the organization that could be reorganized where it made sense without forsaking the goals and the guardrails. So many of you were not here during the time when we were anticipating federal reductions to the budget. We took the same approach then. We planned ahead so that we didn't have to make sudden disruptive changes. Stability matters for learning, and we do not need staff worried about whether they're going to have a job or not. Our goal is for them to stay focused on what matters, students. These organizational changes were made intentionally, not in response to one specific compensation need, but all of them. The one that has risen to the top as most important now is the matching of the state increase. As indicated, CMS has identified a funding capacity to support up to 6% increase matching the state. To support an 8% increase, an additional $4.3 million will be required. Historically, when the state approves an increase that exceeds available funding, districts have managed the difference through a temporary hiring freeze. implemented after the state decision is finalized. This allows for vacancies to be held rather than positions eliminated and helps avoid unnecessary staffing changes. To fund an increase of about above 6% without additional revenue, this would require collapsing approximately 25 positions, 25 vacant positions, to support a 7% increase. So that $2.1 million, we would need to collapse 25 vacant positions. For an 8% increase, we would collapse 50 vacant positions if that needed to be the case. So soon the board will need to decide how much to plan for, knowing that there is risk on both sides. Planning too conservatively will leave us unprepared if the state approves a higher increase. Planning too aggressively could require decisions that are difficult to unwind if the increase does not materialize. There are risks in both. So let me walk you through some options. If you plan to look, if you were wanting to look for something greater than 6%, we have options.
I just have a question. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Board Member London.
So you're about to walk us through the options if it was greater than 6%?
Yes.
So you have already planned for a 6% in the budget adjustments and recommendation that you are suggesting. And that is, can you explain to us, well, I don't want to divert without, you. I guess for me, what I'm suggesting is walk us through the plan for the 6% adjustment. And then I guess my overarching question is, if we would have left, so if the previous budget, how it was presented to us, if we would have left it at 3% and the state actually came in at 5 or 6%, what would we have done at that point? So there's that question, and then what I would like to see is walk us through really understanding the 6%, what you've already done in this budget recommendation.
Okay, I'll start there if that's all right.
Does that make sense?
Go ahead. I think I probably can sum up what's happening here, but go ahead.
I'm confused because the directive was for 5%, not 6. Am I unclear on that? Like, we had talked about the 5% scenario, so I don't want to talk about 6%. I want to talk about 5%.
Yes, that had been talked about before too.
Yeah,
early
that's
on.
what I would like to
Thank you.
talk about, but you all can disagree with me if you don't.
Yeah, I remember that we looked at 5% early on, I thought.
I think there
Okay.
might be a little bit of, this is all very complicated. I think perhaps what we heard when we had our discussion on Tuesday, Chief Klutz talked about what we are hearing, the House budget right now is as high as 8%. So we heard in that conversation that you wanted to hear about models for 3, and so we did the entire scale just to, even though that wasn't requested, what we're trying to do is provide the board with information of the implications of a 8% state increase. But I just want to make sure that what's not being conflated, not by board members, but just in general, is the 5% supplement increase. Those things are two separate and apart. And the other thing that Chief Klutz said that I just want to make sure for clarity, not necessarily for the board, but for the public, when she's talking about matching dollars, she's talking about the match for locally paid employees. So there's 2,700 locally paid employees. So that when we're talking about the match, that's what we're talking about. So it might be, I don't want to, cut board members off, but because of the request and because of it is just very complicated. So I think it would be helpful for everybody to understand why we're talking about 3%, like where we got that number from, what the implications are and what we've done to plan up to that 3%, just as we do normally every year.
So it's a couple of things. We've been through that portion several times, so we don't need to revisit that. I think that the question that was specifically asked, and I believe it was specifically asked because it wasn't presented to us in a way that what happens if it's around 5%, 4.5%, and 5%, because it was not presented to us in a way that there was a plan for that. So that's why the question was asked. So, I mean, in the interest of time, I believe where we're looking at is what it looks like if we're planning for a 4.5% or 5% increase from the state. And particularly that is because, that question was asked because, and I didn't ask the question, but I know what the precipitous of the question was, because as you stated, the understanding is, yes, it could be up to 9%, but forecasting, it could be around 5%. And that's fair. So that is why that question was asked specifically about that range, and how we get there. And I am a little confused as, you're not making the assertion that the 5% has already been presented to us.
Yes, ma'am.
No, because that's not what has happened.
Well, I just wanted to share some clarity. So take full responsibility if perhaps we did not present that in a way that was clear. So that's what we're trying to do, is go back to that. But this was presented in a budget workshop. I can't remember the date because we had specific conversations around when the state gives a raise, they only give a raise for state employees. So for any percentage above the 3% that we're already asking for, we have to plan for it, and it would come from the 6.6. So that information was shared in, and again, take full responsibility for not sharing that information in a way that would be clear, but we did share that in a public meeting, and I know that I've also shared that information in other conversations. So that's why we wanted to walk through, so there's a clear understanding of where this funding would come from.
You have a question?
So I concur, and my question, what I'm trying to get answered is, why are we presenting a budget for a 3% request, knowing with high confidence that it would likely be between 4 and 5%? I think we can all agree that 7 to 9% would not be good budgeting. Why are we planning going into this budget utilizing contingency? Why are we not updating the 3% request?
We have, that's what she's trying to get to. It's already been accounted for what you see here for the identified trade-offs.
Correct. So instead of current budget request saying 3%, you're saying the model is going to say current budget request 5%?
No.
Well, that's what I'm asking. Why not?
Okay. Do you want
I understand the numbers. Like, I don't need a breakdown of that.
I'm not, if I could finish my sentence, then maybe we'll help understand. So the current budget request is the 3% ask that we're asking from the county. That's why it says current budget request. That's not a request to the board, that's a request to the county. So
I understand.
Okay, so our current request is $6.8 million. We know that there may be a possibility that it's more or less. So can you scroll down to the other side? I just want to show where, because this question was asked before. Scroll down, please. Yeah. So the question was asked about, like, how did you get the 3%? It's like every single year, it's a guess. We are required to submit our budget to the county by a certain date. The county's required to adopt a budget by a certain date.
the funding model that we have with the county is that the county does not want us to ask for anything for this piece that would be not projected through this type of formula. So what they say to us is, every single year, they say, you need to ask for the increase of what we are assuming the state is going to do. And so that somewhere, if you look at this data here, it is always somewhere, if you average all this up, somewhere around 3%. So what they've said to us is they look on historical data on how they funded us, because again, this is a funding request to the county. And what they have said is if you overshoot, then we're going to have to come back and reduce that from your budget. If it's under, we have no way to adjust you for anything that might be over. But the agreement has been with the county that if for some reason we are slightly over, and we have been in past years, which is why we don't want to go over 3%, the agreement from the county is their number one priority is teacher pay via the teacher supplement. So any overage would go to the teacher supplement. The reason we're not asking for more than 3% here, if you can go to what our county ask is the county has essentially told us through a joint meeting and also conversations with myself, the county manager, chair, vice chair, and the county's chair, vice chair, that they have a specific number for Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools. They have a certain growth number. And essentially, I can exceed if I want to, but the likelihood of the county manager including that in his budget would be slim to none. So I have to take that information along with an assumption of the raise the county is going to give, which you have here, that goes into a formula, and then we balance that with what our needs are. And so our needs for expansion, because I'm required to bring to the board a balanced budget, which is what I've done. So that means with all of that information, we have to back into a number. As Chair Sneed said, there's no extra money. So the reason we haven't asked for more than 3% is because our needs that we've identified are the certified supplement, which is the average of 5%. That's $8.7 million. The state-driven salary is 3%, along with benefit adjustment. That's for the 2,700 locally paid employees. The classified compensation study, charter school pass-through, opening Dilworth and Cato Ridge, and utility rate increase. When we add all of that, those numbers up, it came to $31 million. Then the county said, but we gave you $6 million last year because your assumption was 3%. We all assumed 3%. Nobody thought we'd be sitting here today without the state passing a budget. So the county manager said, I am treating you and all of my other fund partners that we fund the same way, because everybody is in the same predicament because the state hasn't passed. The courts, Central Piedmont, he says, I am baselining each of my funding partners for money that we already gave you, which was $6 million. So we had to back that out of our request, which leaves us with $25 million. Now, I can say we need more, our assumption's gonna be more than the $3 million. I can say that. But if the number is more than $3 million, back up to that chart, for every million we go over, then we have to find and ask the county. So if it's 4%, we have to go look for 2.1. Well, that 2.1 can only come from what I'm already asking for. It can't come from charter school pass-through. We're required to pay that. It can't come from opening Dilworth and Cato Ridge. Those schools are already opening. It can't come from utility rate increase. So my only option would be to decrease the certified teacher supplement
which I think we all would agree that's not something that we want to do. Or the only other thing would be that little line item of 392K that we wouldn't back out of. So my responsibility when I bring to you all a balanced budget with all of those things, I have to weigh all of our current expense. Like, so if we don't do anything new, what has happened is our income or our revenues have stayed the same, but our expenses have increased. That's what's happening right now.
Hang on one second. I think we're getting beyond what we're talking about here.
Yep, I just have.
I mean, I think it's going way
But I
beyond.
think the question, Madam Chair, I'm sorry.
So I think we're going beyond what we're talking about here. I think the bottom line, you had a question, but I think the bottom line to sum it up is, should it be presented as, because when we started this budget process, December, at the time, we were not sure, and it was not a belief that there would be more than a 3% raise.
That's correct.
So the point is that now there is a belief that it could be more than 3%.
Correct.
So the question is, what is going to happen if it is above 3%? And why are we presenting this as? So essentially, I believe what Dr. Hatch is saying is, why are we presenting this as a 3%? We all understand what balancing a budget is, and that we must have a balanced budget, which is why we are here, to make sure that we are presented a balanced budget. But why are we already presenting this as it is a possibility, presenting as is 3% when we know that it's more than likely 5%? So essentially, what the slides that have been shown is that they would look different. It would look like, it would say 5%, in the recommendation, it would say 5%, and this is how we're getting it. We can't get the money from the county, so we're gonna take it from this 6.6 million. I believe that is the fundamental of the question of why is it being presented that way?
That's what we're presenting right now. And and that's why I said, I've shared this with you. We take accountability for not sharing it in a way that was clear. But when we say identify trade-offs, I've already eliminated these positions. These positions have already been eliminated. That's how I brought you a balanced budget. The way we were able to back into that number is because I've already eliminated and accounted for the $6.6 million. So that is our savings, i.e., to be able to move for, so if it's 4%, that's why there's a check there. We've already accounted for all the way up to a 6% increase. Where we will be in trouble, I shouldn't say trouble, because it's not trouble.
Should, you're in trouble.
We're not in trouble. Let me just be clear. I'm sorry.
You just said we're gonna be in trouble.
I'm sorry, let me rephrase that, because we've done this before.
Yeah.
So last year, when the federal government was going to cut us, we had a plan. So when I say trouble, it's not trouble. We have a plan, and she just mentioned all the things that we would do to address it. But where this budget wouldn't fall out perfectly is if we went above, if the state passed a 7%, and quite honestly, I hope they do, because our staff deserves it. If they go 7%, we know the reality is we have to come up with another $8.6 million. And we will have the ability to do that, and we would have to do it by collapsing vacant positions.
Dr.
Dr.
Hatch?
Hatch? Oh,
Yep.
shoot, I'm sorry.
Oh.
It was Board Member Haynes.
I just wanted the opportunity to say that I wish this conversation had just really started with this, because to me, this would have helped to answer a lot of the basis of many of the concerns. And rightfully so, I think you should take responsibility for not making this clear, because we, as a board, are trying to support this budget. we're trying to act with good intent. But if the people who are supposed to make these things clear for us aren't answering the questions clearly for us, then it starts to, I feel like we've talked in circles for months. And if this conversation had happened early on, we would be a lot further in our goals to get this budget approved as recommended. I feel a certain type of way that I feel like people have really played in my face for a few months about this. Something so very simple. And in these processes, bad news happens all the time. You may not always be able to get what you want, how you want it, but if this is our reality, this hasn't sunk in until our last workshop. And I'm really sort of disappointed by that. And I feel like it was a big surprise to me. That is all. Thank you.
Dr. Hatch?
Yep, I think when I asked my question on Tuesday, specifically on why we're presenting the budget this way, I think if I want to replay it back to make sure I'm clear, is that the county has a historical framework that they want us to use, and although we are in unprecedented times, we are not able to put in a request for our realities. And so therefore, we are limited in what we can do. So it needs to say 3%, but we will figure it out on our side and have a plan for that. That's the question I've been asking the whole time. And this is the first time I've got the answer.
Board Member London?
Just really quick, so to clarify, I get it now, and I think I get the chart. So we've asked for, the county ask is the 3%. If it's 4, 5, or 6, you all have done those things to account for all of the trade-offs. So we can do up to 6% with what you all have planned for. Beyond the 6%, additional adjustments would have to be made in this budget to make sure it's balanced, which is the 7, 8, 9%? No?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
What I would recommend is that you don't include that in the budget right now.
Right, and see if it happens.
That you wait until it happens, because it's all based on an assumption.
Right.
And so what I would recommend is that we would adjust for it on the back end, which is what Ms. Klutz has been accustomed to doing in her past 29 years as a CFO, and what I've been accustomed to doing. I mean, this is, and I apologize that you all did not have this level of clarity, but this is just our jobs. These are things that we just do on the back end. We do it for federal, when, other districts were concerned about federal, we just took care of it on the back end. So I apologize for sure for not being clear. But I would not recommend including anything else, because if you do, then it's more difficult to unwind it than it is to build into it.
Right.
So we already have contingencies built for scenarios if it goes beyond.
But you all are very clearly articulating the contingencies between the 4 and 6%.
That's correct.
Yes, okay, I got it.
Board Member Hatch?
And I just want to make sure it's clear too, that lack of clarity does not mean there's a lack of understanding or the ability to comprehend. I think there is an undertone or undercurrent that this might be above board members' understanding. And so I just want to make sure that it's clear that that's not the case. Like, we understand, we know what a budget is, we know what one-time funds are, we know what reoccurring funds are, like, we understand that piece. And so sometimes when we're talking past each other or using different vernacular, but there's no comprehension, lack of understanding. So I just want to make sure that's clear.
Board Member Stone?
I think we have to recognize the position everybody's in. And this is, and it is political. We've got a legislature that's looking to get their jobs back. Every time in the past years, election years seem to be more favorable to teachers than other years. And this is a big one. So I tend to look at this as plan for the worst, hope for the best. So the information I'm looking for has to do with assurances that there are contingency plans in place that are acceptable. This chart right here gives us everything as far as the numbers, gives us everything we need to see. What we need to delve in, where the risk comes in is if we go above the 6%. If I understand this correctly, you've got it all lined up to 6. We can do it without changing the county ask, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so then when we get to 7%, and I agree, I'd love to see them get 10%. Hey, I'd like them to do it to my retirement check. But when that happens, if it happens, it is important for us to fully recognize the implications of what happens at that point. At least 7 to 8, in my opinion. But your assurances that you've got it covered up to 6%, then I think all we need to do now is look at what those alignments are, and I'm good.
So-
Show me where.
Can you go to the slide, you showed the slide, oh my gosh, you just showed the slide that had like, what the county asked was like at the 25 million. That one. The way that can look differently, if you assume state-driven 5% plus benefit adjustments, it would say 9.7 million included in the county ask. And then underneath that, you would put that information there, to 6.6 from the adjustments. I think that's what the core of the issue is what we're saying. If it's 5%, we think it's 5, move forward like it's a 5%, but show how it's funded.
I think we're clear on the ask
Yes.
now.
Okay.
We understand.
Okay.
We can
I mean, I
certainly
think that's
display
really
it.
where the disconnect is.
Yeah, we can
It's just
display
to say, we think it's 5%, because that's what we think.
Yeah. Chair Sneed, I would really appreciate the opportunity, if it's possible, to go through the presentation, because Dr. Hill has shared about 80% of the words. However, often we are short, we're short on time, and so then we think that we've shared information with you, and then we don't get to share information. I think the information that I prepared for you today would be helpful for ongoing different conversations that you might need to talk about in future budgets.
Or later today.
Or later today. So may I proceed?
I think we got this part. I mean, if we can come back to it if we have time, yes, but, or if it relates to something later on and you come back and loop them. But I think all hearts and minds are clear on this. Yes? Okay, so we can just go on to the next thing.
Okay, it does relate to the future conversations, but we will do that.
If it relates to it, I'm saying just loop it back in
Circle
that
back.
way. But for
Okay.
this topic, I think that we got it.
Okay. Okay, take me to the slide deck. I just can't see from over there. Hang on a second.
I'm going to minimize her just for the sake of being able to see this, but we can pull her back.
And this is it.
Sorry, Nina.
This is where I want. Okay, strategy adjustment 2, additional consideration for keeping the allotments the same as 2025-26 for schools with the most needs. Okay. I have provided a couple options for your consideration. You may reconsider the 2024 decision to restore elements of the student-weighted staffing model. As you know, in 2024, or 2023, we had the student-weighted staffing model. To the right is what was presented to the board on February the 5th, 2024, indicating that we were removing the student-weighted model and we were trading for the positions that we have listed here. I would call your attention to the math and literacy master teachers who are directly goal-aligned, and we've seen significant movement with these positions. So this approach would move resources away from the positions that we have indicated here and reallocate them in a manner that prioritizes schools with the greatest levels of need. And we would need for you to give us direction on how exactly you want that to look. So if this was pursued, it would generate nearly $35 million worth of dollars that you could repurpose. I like to look at it in positions, 411 positions. Certainly, there would be some unintended consequences associated with that. Another option for your consideration is changing the class size ratios for our ADM teachers. That's average daily membership. That means our primary allotment of teachers to different grade levels, increasing class sizes where appropriate to create some capacity to reallocate teaching positions to the highest need according to your desire. So here are a couple of examples. Certainly, these are not all of the examples. We have kindergarten through 12th grade. These are a couple of examples. I did not pull kindergarten through 3rd because there's class size requirements, so I did not do that. For example, if you take 7th and 8th grade, the state ratio, how we get our money is 1 to 23. The state gives us that. Our current ratio on how we allocate here at CMS is 1 to 22.5. So we are doing better than the state. That's because local funds give us money. We could change the CMS option to 1 to 23.5 positions, 1 to 23.5 students, one teacher to 23.5 students, if you prefer, if you would like. That would generate 39 teaching positions for you to reallocate to however you see fit. 9th grade, same. You could generate 16 positions. 10th through 12th grade, you could generate 40 positions. And if you would like for me to do all of the grades for you, I can certainly do that at your request. If this particular approach was used that I have here, you could generate about 95 positions for redistribution. Okay. So this is what we heard. The opportunities is what I just went over. Some implications that you might consider is given the timing of the staffing allocations. All of our staffing allocations are already done. Material changes within the current budget cycle could lead to staff being reassigned after initial placement, meaning they're already, some have been placed once, they could be placed again, introducing instability for schools. So in this scenario, if positions are eliminated and staff do not align to the remaining roles, the new roles that are created or their certifications and license don't align, it could result in a separate reduction in force, leaving some employees without a position for the upcoming year.
All right, so that's the next.
Okay.
Next session. Dr. Hatch.
Thank you for this. I thought the sentiment, at least for my questions, was around guardrail 1 and kind of equity over quality and making sure we're clear that equity would not be everybody getting the same. And so is this your recommendation for us to make sure that while we might be seeing growth and hitting goals, that there still is subgroup gaps and there's also still schools that need more? So is this your recommendation for how to achieve that?
It is not my recommendation. It is an option available to you. I think Dr. Balknight's team, prepared a presentation over equity or over equality, specifically speaking about the federal resources and additional resources that we use to level up. I'm not prepared to talk about that today.
So just curious of why you would present an option to increase classroom size and that be the option presented to the board, knowing everything we know about research and what it means that if you're addressing the board concern around how do we make sure that when we're looking at the budget, the schools that need the most support are getting it, that this would be this is essentially your recommendation that you're
It is
providing
not
to the
my-
board.
It is not my recommendation.
So what are we doing here if this is not recommendations for adjustments to the budget then?
Dr. Hatch, at our meeting on Tuesday, the staff went through extensive line item by line item to demonstrate that schools that have the most need do have additional allocation. And I believed that at that time, we were demonstrating to the board how we allocate additional teaching resources to those schools. This is in direct response to the request that was presented for Strategy 2, additional considerations for keeping the allotments the same as the 25-26 for those schools in the most needs. So the only way that we can do that is look at our current budget because we have to stay in alignment. In other words, the positions have to come from somewhere. So an option, the first option, can you go back to the student-weighted staffing? Because that is a way that historically, on top of, so historically, we've had base allotments, then we had student-weighted staffing, and then on top of that, we had supplemental Title I support and whatever. So in 2024, we went away from that because we needed to figure out a way to staff for all of these other needs, but specifically adding the math and literacy teachers, which is where you see the 166. So what this is in response to is the ask of how do we do that? I don't know any other way to do what's being asked other than what's been presented. I wouldn't recommend it, but it's certainly something that we could move towards.
So this will be our last point, is so for the students and the schools that need the most support, what you're saying is they have their support, they don't need any more support, and that we should continue to monitor seeing acceleration and equitable growth for those subgroups and for those schools, and that this would not be needed.
What I am saying is the state has not provided for an appropriate education level. What I am saying is Mecklenburg County already funds Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools 700 additional teachers. What I am saying is that we have been reduced because of our enrollment, X amount of dollars, which equate to teaching positions. So what I am saying is based on the constraints that we have staffing that is the best that we can do with what we have.
I know, but that's not my question. I feel like you're saying one thing, but in order to get to where we need to get to for this budget, I'm asking you a specific question around schools that need the most support and the students that need the most support. If this is not your recommendation, your previous budget was your recommendation for that, you're saying that we should be monitoring, and if you're not saying that, then that we should be monitoring Guardrail 1, looking at those subgroups, and we should expect to continue to see equitable growth between those subgroups based off what you have originally presented. And if not, then we shouldn't expect that because you don't have the resources that you need in order to deliver.
I feel like I'm being asked a question to back me in a corner.
I'm not trying to back you in a
I know
corner.
you're
I
not,
feel-
but I just want to be clear, because two things can be true at the same time. The first thing that's true is that we do not get what we need from the state.
Okay, I heard you say that.
Okay, you heard me say that. So I cannot say that we have all the resources that we need, because we don't. But given the resources that we have, do I feel confident that we will continue to make extraordinary gains and reduce achievement gaps between groups of students? Yes. And the reason I would say yes, Mr. Rankin asked me the same question on the night of it was the last question that was asked, and that answer has not changed. The reason being is because all of the detail that Dr. Balknight and Dr. Vaught went through on Tuesday with the rulers to walk you through what school by school, that's what we were trying to do, to show, if you recall, we looked at North Academy of World Languages, specifically in SELA. They have the exact one teacher off. We shared how they have the same base number of teachers, but based on their ML population, they get 4.5. Based on their poverty bands, they get an additional $165,000. Then it goes on and on. If a school is traditionally low performing, Dr. Balknight allots additional money. What I am saying is you will not see that in the line-by-line item that you see here, but you certainly see it in what the board has given me in terms of administering or organizing the organization to ensure that students get what they need. That's not going to show up in the line-by-line item. But on Tuesday, we walked through that line by line so you can see the differences.
Okay. And I
So,
would say,
so my response, so what you see here is not my recommendation, Dr. Hatch.
and I would say,
I'm sorry that I just want to stamp. We did this on May 5th, 2024, and and when I say my recommendation, this other thing that I think is really important, there's no way that I could have come up with another recommendation in a week. I just don't, that's not my leadership style. My leadership style is going to the people that are closest to the work and getting feedback, which is where this came from. This got ran up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down, brought it to the board, went back and forth. That's how we landed with this. So what you're seeing today is absolutely not my recommendation. I would never go back and come up with the recommendation.
that was
in a
my
week.
first question to you, actually. But I would say, I feel backed in the corner as a board member that you would present option that says increase classroom sizes. And it feels like a trick, so.
It's not a trick. You've asked me to do something, and I'm doing what you've asked me to do. We do have options. So, for example, so if there was an option, I just want to say one more thing. Okay.
Let me stop for a second.
Okay.
Your mic, turn your mic on.
So, I mean, as we're walking through these presentations, I just want to level set, so I think we can all be on the same page. Are we at the point where we're saying that the superintendent's recommendation is not going to change?
What we're at the point of saying is that, based on the board's direction, the board's direction, my recommendation will be amended.
No, that's not what I'm asking. Because if it's a board direction, that's not a superintendent's recommendation. That's two different things. I mean, it's just fundamentally two different things. So
I guess I don't know if the board is saying that what we've presented is not sufficient, especially after Tuesday, when we had an opportunity to share. So I guess what I need to know and what I took away from that conversation was specifically let's stick on this one for staffing, that the board does not believe that we're appropriately staffed based on the current way that we are doing the allocation.
So the purpose of these exercises were to put forth opportunities for there to be amendments and other recommendations based on and that can still comply with making sure that we meet our goals? Like, have these considerations been made? Are there other strategies? Are there other opportunities to do so? And if it is, we're saying that you're not changing your recommendation, then I don't know what we're doing here. I mean, I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around what the purpose of the exercise is if we're going to just say superintendent's recommendation, because I think what I'm hearing is superintendent's recommendation is not going to change. Board, you make the decision. You're going to just have to make the decision through some type of directed action, which is different from a superintendent recommendation. Because I'm looking at other processes in other districts, like Wake County, similar size district. They had conversations with their board members, workshops with their board members. Superintendent made 2 different recommendations. On the 3rd time, it was passed. The budget was passed. So,
Well, what I want to say, Chair Sneed, is, and I've talked to the superintendent in Wake, there are multiple different things here that we're going to have to level set with everything. Now, when we get to the later ones, like the last 2 ones, I think will be much easier. We can flip those because you're talking about a one-time cost. It's not recurring. It's not staffing. Like that, we can go there with that one. These first 2 ones, what I am saying to you, and I don't know how much more clearly that you want me to say this, Crystal Hill will do anything that the board asks me to do. I cannot, in good faith, say that I'm going to do anything that is going to put this district in a bad financial position. When we are tinkering with staffing and moving staff here and moving staff here, it might go smooth sailing today, but you're either going to pay now or we're going to pay later. I cannot, in good faith, make a recommendation to this board without being very clear on what the consequences will be. I would not be a person of integrity. So what I am saying to you is, if we believe that these are the places that we can take it from. So I could go back and say, we can pull the technology associates away. That's probably a very bad example, given the situation we're in right now with one of our partners. I would not recommend that for the reason that we're here. We could take away the high school count. What I am saying to you is these are the only places we can take it from. The only other option would be some of these places that are here.
So I want to be clear. The board is not asking these questions to put the district in any situation that is not financially sound.
I know that you're
So that can't be the soundbite.
I know that
That cannot be the soundbite. And it cannot be the soundbite. The decisions that we are making here are the questions that the board are asking is a both and. Can other considerations be made and we are financially sound and we still uphold the vision and values of our community and we meet our goals and guardrails? So, I mean, I
Yes.
think we just have to level set on, that's the place that every single person sitting around this
Agreed.
dais is at.
Yes, ma'am.
So the question is, and I don't want to use this particular subject area as an example.
This is the best one to use. I'm just,
Okay, so let's say this is the best one to use. So the point of it is that when you come with options for consideration, it should be things that make sense.
Yes.
It should be things that make sense. Like, don't present things that would be detrimental to students, that would put our budget out of whack. That's not what the ask is. The ask is what is something another option is, and it still meets all the ands and ands and ands and ands we went through.
and that is what I'm trying to explain, Chair Sneed. We are in a tight situation. What I am trying to explain to you is there are choices to make. There's going to be trade-offs. There is no extra. And so if we're talking about staff to staff, there's an infinite number, not infinite, I wish. There's a limited number of staff. So the only way that we can add staff, which is the same exact thing that we did in 2024. The only way that we got here is we had to agree that we were going to remove 411 positions. So if you're asking me to make a recommendation of this list,
No, I think we're missing the question here. I'm looking at the list that you all went through on Tuesday. The basis of the question is this. If there is, we have, I'm gonna use a solid number, 10,000 teachers. We got 10,000 teachers. School A has 11. School B has 12. School C has 13. School D has 14. The basis of the question is, could there be, within that movement, not adding positions, could there be movement of the 10,000 teachers? So maybe you're considering, School A has 12, but maybe they could get by with 11. So I'm gonna move that 1 to School D. I think that is the basis of the question. If the answer to that is no, then the answer to that is no.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like, it is not to come up with a plan that we know is not gonna work, and we know that's not gonna make sense. So don't put it before the board to say, if you board are telling me, if you are directing me to do this thing that doesn't make sense, that's not the place we're trying to be.
well, I apologize for that, but I thought that's what we did Tuesday. Because when we went through with the rulers and we said, the example that Mr. Rankin said, whoa, let's just stop talking about Albemarle Road. Let's talk about 2 similar schools. And we walked through, I thought that everybody went like this and everybody was good. If that's not, so my understanding when we left that meeting was that everybody understood how we account for the students that are, we even went as far, I don't think Beth got to it. Did you get to it? We even went through what it looks like for goal 1, what it looks like for goal 2, and how we reallocate funds based on schools that are furthest away from the goal. I thought we did that. So if that's not acceptable, then the only other place that we can do, I do not feel comfortable going through the list saying, because everybody has to have a base. I don't think that it would be right to say, I'm gonna take teachers from this school because they're on a certain side of town or whatever to give to this school because of because we've already accounted for that in our formula, is what I'm saying. We have a base formula for everybody, and then based on different factors, we allocate additional funds, and we do that federally, and then we also do that through these local funds. So those 700 teachers that I keep talking about, those are some of the teachers that we use to account for those factors to decrease gaps.
Yes, we're all with that understanding. But when you use the language that we have allocated funds, so what that could mean is funds instead of positions. So we're talking about positions and the moving of positions, not funds. Yes, it was pointed out, they'll get Title I funds, they'll get whatever these funds. Like I said, if the answer was no, it's impossible, then that's the response. As opposed to the response being, we're gonna do something that it is, essentially doesn't make sense because it would be harmful. Vice Chair Rankin.
I just want to make sure I'm clear on where we are at this point. So today, we're after our meeting on whatever day it was, Tuesday or whatever day it was, we're now at the point where, in response to certain questions that were received, say, hey, district, can you bring this back other options? What could we do? Is that what we're doing right now? I just want to be clear. There were certain questions. I won't. Is that what we're doing right now, Dr. Hill? Because this is not your recommendation right now. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we're just looking at the different options, after we see the different options, I'm assuming you'll come back with a recommendation based off of board feedback that we've given you after we have this conversation.
Yes, sir. It's my understanding that the board gave me direction at our board meeting that I was to come back with a new plan. And my understanding of today was to provide the board with options for discussion in order to gather additional feedback to come up with a recommendation.
Okay, so I just want to make sure, can you go back to the very first, the list of everything, what we're going to, the different adjustments? I can see all of them. Is that possible? So we're on number 2, is that right? Okay. So far, I mean, I don't know if they can ask, have we seen any options that we think make sense to you? That you say, I will maybe make a recommendation, I feel this is a good option. I would love to hear from you what you think are reasonable options so far.
So
And if it's a no, none of them, if it's this one possibly, or.
So number 1 is check. We've already done that. We have up to 6%.
Okay.
And I just want to be clear, the reason why it's not on the slide, because that is a county ask slide. So that's in addition to the 600, whatever number million dollars they already give us. That's the dollar sign for the county. So that's why that slide doesn't say anything about 5%, because the county, quite frankly, doesn't care about that.
No, I'm with you.
So that's why that doesn't say it on that slide. It says 3% because we're asking the county for 25 million, and here's how you add up to get to 25 million. If we put 5% on that slide for them, it confuses them and the county. So 1 is done,
Yes.
okay?
I think one, we
good.
1, we know the
So
option. Number 2, were there any options that were presented to us that you feel will put us in that place of, it's an option that you possibly could recommend, if it's a yes or is it a no?
2 would be a no.
Okay.
I do not feel that any option that is an available option will mean a decrease to existing services or existing staff at schools.
Okay.
So in other words, we would be robbing Peter to pay Paul.
So I think for me, for my thought process, I would like to know what would likely be in your recommendation or possibly be a part of your recommendation as we go through this. That will help my thought process going forward. Like if 1, yes, 2, no, we get to 3, when we get to 3A, this is definitely a possible, that could be a possible recommendation. So we'll know moving forward, what to expect possibly.
Yes. And what I asked, what my understanding of this meeting was to get feedback from the board about options presented.
And I think you will,
Okay.
yes.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Mr. Rankin.
Well, I will say, going forward through the rest of these strategic adjustments, it doesn't make any sense to go through ones that is harmful for children
Yes, agreed.
or make us have a budget that's not balanced.
Well, just for clarity, I am working really hard to present all of the available options so the board understands why it's not my recommendation. I think it's important for you all to, because the question has been asked, have you considered? And my response has been, yes, I've considered that. I haven't shared all the considerations with the board because I was just trying to do my job. But now what I feel like I'm being asked is, have you considered? And so I'm going through all of the options so the board will understand why it's not, it's like we considered but rejected. That's what we do in our cabinet meetings. We considered but rejected because of X, Y, Z. So we can start using the language moving forward throughout this presentation. We considered but rejected. But again, on the next, well, not on all of them, but on 3A, 3B, specifically 3A and 3B, we can talk about considered but rejected. But then when we go to 4A, 4B, those are going to be, we'll just go through those.
Okay.
We'll go through them.
Board Member Haynes.
I want to be careful about what I say, but I think I need to be honest in saying that what was presented in terms of options seemed like it was designed to make this board, to make us understand something publicly, that maybe you had to prove a point to us. I'm going to say this out loud. Absolutely, you know more than we do. Absolutely. That's the purpose of these recommendations. You definitely have the upper hand in terms of putting something up on a screen, allowing the public and the world to see how stupid we are. That is not welcomed in this process, and it's not been productive in this process. I'm going to go back to what our colleagues are really trying to say here, is that we're not here for the play and that. What we're here for is to get to the bottom of making a very difficult choice for our community. We know that there are realities that none of us can change. But clearly, hopefully, somebody, hopefully internally and within us, can clearly see that none of us are stupid on this dais. We clearly see what was presented. We can infer as to why it was presented that way. I'm hoping that moving forward, what we're going to do is take our smarts, our brilliance, and our talents and bring it all to the floor so that we can go ahead and approve a budget that makes sense for this community, for the public, and for our children. Number one being the children. I, as a new board member, have felt the sense that rather than being able to ask my questions and safely get those answered, that I have to play games. And that's not what I'm here for. Now, I lifted that because I want us to just move forward in the process the way we're supposed to. Make your recommendations, say what it is or what it's not, and it's up to us as a board to come to the final conclusion about that. It really is that simple. Please. Thank you.
I have one more question about the positions. When you consider the allotments and the moving of sizes, when the moving of the needs, are you how was the consideration made? Because I don't think we talked about this, whether the classes are full. You know what I mean? Like maybe it's IB, or maybe it's, I don't know, pick IB, that's not a good example. What is the consideration of Is there flexibility in the classes that are not as full? It's in terms of when we're talking about moving the finite number of positions that we have.
Madam Chair, if I could respond to
Yes.
that question. At our high school level especially, we can look at their schedules by school and determine the load. As Chief Klutz has shared, we have a ratio for each high school by class. But to your point about those specialty classes, AP, IB, or just a particular class, they can have a smaller ratio teacher to student because of the number of students that take it. In addition, we have students that take dual enrollment. So some of those students are outsourced to or using community college. So we could potentially look at the number of students. They're not even though we allocate 1 to, I think, 27 in high school, you will see a variance in some classes. You'll also see some classrooms that have 35 to 36 students in them as well. So they do vary, more so from grades 4 through 12, but specifically in 6-12, there's more variance in the classes. If that answers your question.
It does. So you're saying that that's already considered as part of the lowest performing or highest needs or large populations in the moving of that. I think we all understand the baseline teachers in the funds, like there may be additional funds to that school. I'm strictly talking about separating additional funding that may be provided to the school, but when we're only talking about positions, those type of things are considered in the model of where these positions are allotted.
Yes, and we also have additional things in the entitlement grants. For example, we have additional incentives for our Math 1 teachers in our Title I high schools. So that they also, because I believe that you're talking about giving more teachers to at-risk schools. You're also talking about making sure those at-risk schools have the very best teachers that they can have to accelerate the growth, which is the equity question, I believe. And so part of the entitlement grants do things like, off the top of my head, $750,000 in Title I money that's a set aside, that for the Title I high schools, those math classrooms have the opportunity to give their teachers an additional significant bonus. I think it's about $15,000 above and beyond what another teacher would make if they meet the criteria. So what that does is that puts the very best, we believe, math teacher in those Math 1 classrooms in those Title I schools, which is decreasing the gap in achievement at a faster rate. So we do a lot of those things with our Title I money, and that's called a set aside. So we have about $48 million in Title I. We have so much that we keep at the district level, and then we do very specific set-asides. So we even have a set-aside in there for our lowest performing schools, where they get a certain amount of money. I don't know if that's the question.
It somewhat answers the question in the sense of, like, because I'm not talking about the set-asides, I'm just talking about the number of the positions. You know what I mean? Let me give a good example. A better example. So if I'm looking at this, like, let's look at our performance last year. We have this many schools. Let's take the schools that came off of that low-performing list. I'm looking at the allotment of those teachers. Like, what did that allotment look like, right? Is there a possibility to keep that same allotment because, hey, whatever they had, it was working? I mean, I know it's not just about allotments. Can that allotment stay the same? Let's just say it's the carve-out, let's just say for our lowest performing schools, that are current, our lowest performing schools. If we take their allotment from last year, is there a possibility to make it the same? I'm not talking about the set-asides, the additional money, just on the baseline. Can that stay the same? And maybe it's negligible in moving one teacher assignment to another position to make that allotment the same. That's kind of the space that I'm in with that particular question.
So for clarification, you're saying, for example, if we had a high school, which focused on would be Math 1. If there's a high school that is continuing to struggle, the lowest high school potentially with the Math 1 data. If we looked at their allotments from last year, this upcoming allotment, we can look at those specific schools by goal area and say, can we figure out as a staff, how does this school keep the 3 allotments that because of their enrollment in school students has decreased, could we allow them to keep the 3?
Yes.
So I would say 2 things. One of the things that we do when they lose the 3 at those types of schools, we look, but we also want to look at their schedule to see what 3 are they losing. Because sometimes when they're losing those teachers, they may be able to lose them from an elective that wasn't built. Because to your point, we want to make sure that we don't destabilize a school that needs that support by saying, like if that school was losing a Math 1 teacher, then that's where I would talk to Chief Klutz and say, we're already doing that. That just doesn't show up in the formula. That's what we talked about. That's where we look at individual schools based on data. And because we have those 4 goals, with SOFG, we look at schools by goal and look, what is the impact of this with the assistant superintendent and the finance officer and Dr. Vaught to make sure that we aren't, to your point, decimating a school that is already not growing as quickly in goal 1 if they're in elementary school. So we're already doing that. That's not going to reflect or show up in any formula. But we can pull that data to show you how we're doing that.
That was my question. And that was my question in terms of that specific
That's
strategy.
the way we get to Title I. That's just,
I'm just saying straight, I'm not talking about Title I, additional funding, I'm just talking about baseline. That the school, essentially with the greatest needs, and I'm picking lowest performing schools, but I could say the same thing on the high end, or high performing.
but I want to be clear, that doesn't mean that a school that is not performing or moving as quickly maybe would still lose some other teacher, but we would have had a conversation with them, what position is being eliminated, what's the impact on the areas that we're focused on with our goal line work. So if it's, for example, like I said, a high school that would be losing a Math 1 teacher, then we would work with the finance team to figure out how that school.
Oh, good, I can hear.
That would remain the same, is what you're saying, that they wouldn't lose the Math.
That's correct.
See how much they lost.
Look, D.
Oh, I wonder if she couldn't hear.
Excuse me, I got some thinking. All right, board membership, were you trying to ask a question? No, okay.
No, I'm okay, because I'm hearing what was being said. I did about the needs at those schools, and that was talked about on Tuesday too, right? And this is Dr. Baltnight explaining this as well again
Yeah, I just-
about.
Oh,
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, I was just trying to make sure you weren't trying to say something.
No.
Okay.
I'm good.
All right.
I couldn't hear at first. I couldn't hear.
Oh, okay, got you. Any other comments or questions about number 2? All right, being none, we move on to strategy 3.
Okay, good morning. So I'll walk through these. So strategy 3, we have a 3A and a 3B. Alternative to contract with Capturing Kids' Hearts is A, and then B, present a strategy for leveraging partners through an RFP process to support and deliver social emotional learning services in lieu of Capturing Kids' Hearts, as well as identifying additional flexible funding sources available within the county. And so you will see that we are presenting options aligned to our pyramid that we shared earlier. And so I'll just quickly go to the budget. So in option A, we have programming. So we currently have things that attend to the entire pyramid, and we want to add additional things. This has really allowed us to shift our thinking, because basically the one-time $2.4 million of Capturing Kids' Hearts funds would support now all schools in this way. So we'd have sources of strength student ambassadors that will be able to come in and work this summer to continue to be leaders in their schools with suicide prevention. And then our mental health staff advisors that would support them, they would come in and be trained and paid throughout the year on a stipend. And then we also, throughout the year, get lots of feedback from our school administrators about the need for deans of students and our BMTs to get additional training and support. This will allow us to bring them in this summer. We want to do youth mental aid district training. So we will build capacity in the district so that we'll have internal trainers across the district that this year and moving forward we'll be able to train our staff. And so we'll work with all of our schools across the district that they would train staff on signs and symptoms of suicide. So it would not just be the support team, it'd be every employee in the school that would know how to recognize those symptoms. And then we also would work with our assistant principals, and they would be the leader of that training. And then we want to do a I Got Your Back awareness campaign that will be student-led and driven. In fact, we have some college interns that will be working with us this summer on this. And then we would do a smaller in option A RFP that we would put out for community groups or agencies to work with our schools across the district so that we'd have enough partners to serve all of our schools, and that would be the $440,000. And then we want to have a mental health summit this spring to bring the students in to really hear their voice and get the community engaged in the conversation. But there'll be lots of things that lead up to that, time back to the student ambassador, so it's not a one-time event. This is sort of a spotlight of the work around the mental health pieces and the SEL. And then we want to also do a mental health podcast series. We're going to do a program evaluation of our SEL program. And then we already have curriculum that we've been using, K-8, Caring Schools, and then the 7 mindsets materials. They're used for high school. So we would just do some refreshers of those kits and do training with our staff. We'd begin that training this summer in our summer camp. And then we would continue to support our school-based mental health champions. So that's option A, the $2.4 million. I'll go to option B and I'll highlight, I won't walk through the whole thing again. So the difference here is we put more in the RFP in the second version of this, the I Got Your Back, so that we could increase the number of community partners that could support our schools. We have reduced some of the funding in the Mental Health Summit to increase the amount for the RFP. And then we also reduced some of the refresher kits for the resources that we already use across the district. I have some additional slides in the appendix, but trying to be respectful of everyone's time. This is the basis for this. So I'll just walk through some of the opportunities. It will allow us to support all 186 schools while increasing the district's focus on building student SEL skills. It will build momentum across the system by starting this in summer camp. We have our teachers from across the district that are in summer camp, so we'll have teachers from every school that will get to participate in the initial training this summer. Then we'll work with the schools throughout the year. Implications, we do have 53 schools that were scheduled to have Capturing Kids' Hearts training this summer, so they will not have that training. So we'll work to make sure that those folks as well are integrated into the summer camp. We will work closely with principals and schools to provide resources and professional learning aligned to our new SEL resources and supports.
All right, board members, questions? Probably got to go back to the other slide, option A or B. So the I've Got Your Back, school-based, can you say what that is? Because I think that's where the bulk.
Yes, ma'am. So we have been working with the communications team. We will work on this prior to this coming into this budget. And so really that's just the theme of the work, but it would be that we'd be doing SEL at the ground level, at the schools. Again, we want it to be student-led, and we'd use our community partners to do the SEL work with students. So you see lots of groups with kids during school, after school, having conversations during their morning meetings where they basically level set in the morning. The staff's greeting the students at the door. They're having a circle in the morning, but it doesn't necessarily have to be in the morning. It could be throughout the day so that we're checking in on how are they feeling, doing the character education stuff. But again, this would also be led with our community partners that we would utilize. That's the only way we'd be able to support this work and not add a burden to the school staff by asking them to do this alone. So we would leverage community groups and partners to work with us through an RFP process.
So when you say it's student-led, to me, that makes me think that is driven towards probably 6 through 12, because it wouldn't be student-led in K through 5, right?
Yes, ma'am, we would model. That's why we would have these community group partners. The adults would model with the kids and support them. But while we're working to grow leadership, we want also the kids, because we believe as early as K2, kids learn better from each other, how to be responsible citizens and students than an adult. So this would not be, we have opportunities with caring schools where the teachers do the lessons with the students. So the SEL lessons will occur with the teacher. This will be the community partners coming in and working with the students in groups. They will be doing some of the work, but the students will also be owning or taking responsibility on their behaviors in this process.
I guess my question, in addition to that, is, and only because I'm asking, like, would this include things like,
Does this have a slide with details? Yeah. What slide?
that it's not just, I mean, I just want to make sure this is beyond just a character development, that it is beyond that. And when we talk about the I got your back initiative.
It's SEL focused.
Okay,
Even in our core resources and curriculum, we have SEL and character education in them. So that's woven throughout, but this would really focus on providing resources to our kids. It would be SEL involvement as well as an awareness campaign. There are 2 pots of money. There's a pot that would go to the RFP process, and then there's a pot that would go, that the district would do, like the clings and the bumper stickers, because we want to make sure everyone's aware of changing the shift in culture, which is a part of the work that Capturing Kids' Hearts work to do with our teachers. And so now we would do it with our students, with our SEL campaign around mental health, and then the SEL work as well. And so
yes, I got you. Board Member Haynes had a question.
So can you go back to the slide in option 1 or 2? It doesn't matter which one. A or B, excuse me.
Oh, man, the wrong place.
So I'll go ahead and begin to speak to it as you pull the slide up. One of the things that stands out to me as I'm looking at themes within our budget is how many programs we have versus how many people we have doing the work. So I'll give you an example here. Where we have school-based mental health champions. Is that a program or people who are going to support that function?
So I'm going to go to these slides. So we have, you are aware that we have counselors, social workers, and school psychologists, but I think the other piece, I'm sorry, I thought they were right behind them. Where are the mental health clinicians and the nurses? What slide is that?
So I'm fully aware of that, but I want to go back to that. I want to go back to that other slide because I'm trying to make a point here of. Okay, so the school-based mental health champions, those are people who are going to support, correct?
Yes.
Down at the bottom, the last name. Okay, and then, so if we take the I Got Your Back, school-based district, then we look at caring schools and 7 mindset materials. I believe that our priority should not be with these expensive programs, that we should invest more in terms of people actually supporting what's happening in schools. What's not present here is something around, and don't, like take this definitively, hopefully people can understand what I'm saying. But something in the form of community-based health workers, peer support people, I mean, even to the point of the behavior modification technician mental health training. We've allocated $22,600 for that, but that's actually something that could be expanded out to just more than the BMTs. And I think that we have in the past prioritized a lot of dollars to these programs versus actually bringing, when there's an opportunity to bring people in to support our needs. So can you speak to, in addition to that, can you speak to where this I Got Your Back awareness came from? Is it evidence-based? What evidence do we have to support $800,000 of the $2.4 million?
So I want to go to two things. I think my team has told me. Slide 28, I got it. So the first thing that we have is that we have great partnerships already at our schools. We have school-based mental health therapists at all of our schools, all of our schools. And so we have about $27 million, I believe, in kind just with those therapists, and then a total of $56 million in free services to the district already. To your point, Board Member Haynes, about the need to continue to bring the community into the schools. So we already have that. So when we were having these conversations and questions, and we were really going deeper in our thinking based on feedback that you all have shared, it was really great for us to go back and put a dollar value on how much we get in kind, because we already know that we have to lean on the community for this. So I'll lift that piece. And then to your point about, is it evidence-based, I want to go to the CASEL slide, because everything that we do for SEL is based around the CASEL framework, which is a national model, and it is evidence-based. Okay. And so one of the things that we were able to do, we had in our guardrails, we had all the Capturing Kids heart stuff and how it aligned to our goals and guardrails. So we were able to take that and move that out and put this in. So this may give you some more additional information on how we will build those skills with students, the relationship skills, self-awareness, social awareness, self-management, and responsible decision-making, which is aligned to the national framework of CASEL. We can share with you the research. It is evidence-based. That is the framework for all SEL in the country. That is the root of it all. It doesn't matter what vendor does something different. It's all based on the CASEL framework.
So, okay. So the CASEL framework, is that what we're using to measure programs that we choose to support?
So Caring Schools, what slide is that on, y'all? Caring Schools and the Caring Schools is aligned with the CASEL framework, and so it was built from the CASEL framework, Caring Schools. We've been using that in the district for quite some time in K-8. And so teachers will get refreshed in that this summer, and then we do 7 mindsets in high school, 9-12. Again, built on the CASEL framework. So that's the base. So when you go to the pyramid, which I think that's earlier on in this deck, when you go to the pyramid, that's really what we have based our whole pyramid on, is the CASEL framework, and making sure that we have the SEL and character focus as a part of what all kids get in the district, and then as they go up the pyramid with more needs, they get additional supports and interventions.
So that's very helpful in terms of how we select programs, but what I'm trying to figure out is the program itself evidence-based?
Well, if we're going to do an RFP, that would be a part of the RFP work, that they would have to, we would build metrics that'd be aligned to our guardrails, so we work with our accountability folks on. And then once we build the RFP out, they would have to show evidence that they can provide that data, and that's how we would align it.
So I don't think that's
Okay.
the question that I'm asking. What I'm asking is whether or not there is enough solid evidence not research, evidence that this program is effective when it is executed to the fullest of its fidelity. The program itself. That's an important distinction because a school district our size, spending that amount of money, we should not be in a research-based program. We should have enough evidence. They should have already researched this on maybe smaller districts to say, we have evidence that this works. Because again, I'll point to the fact that $800,000 out of a pot of 2.4 million, that's a big percentage of that, just to have something that is not even evidence-based. And I'm speaking to the program itself. I'm not speaking to our metrics of how we measure, but what have they measured for themselves already to bring that to CMS?
So I don't think that I'm clear. The "I got your back" is a phrase or term that our communications team is working with us so we can do a bigger awareness campaign around. But the RFP will be an SEL RFP to the community to support our students on SEL, which is aligned to, let me go back to this.
Okay, so in
So
other
that's why I
words,
realized
this
when you were
is,
talking, it's not, you're right, "I got your back" is a CMS, we've tagged it. "I got your back," because we wouldn't say to the public, we're doing the Castle framework. So that's what, so that I
oh,
realized
okay,
when
I see, okay.
I wasn't
see what
clear.
you've done
So
there.
this
Sorry
is gonna
about that.
be,
Okay.
this is gonna be aligned, to your point, to this evidence-based, grid. What chart is that? The castle that I showed you. So I realized when you were talking that I wasn't clear. So this is
No,
what
I got you. I
everything,
fully have it now.
okay,
You guys have developed a CMS-specific
yes.
Initiative, but it's based on an evidence-based framework.
Yes, ma'am, and I didn't say that.
Perfect.
Much like the
That's-
3E, like enrolled and listed employee, that's CMS, but it's on such a bigger CTE framework.
Yes. Okay, thank you. That's understandable. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Balknight. I'm a speed reader and I caught something on a slide. So can we go to, you had a slide and then it had all the partners on the right-hand side? Can you
think that's
pull that up,
28.
please?
The 28?
Yeah. So when we talk about the RFP, does that mean we're opening it up to the partners on the right-hand side? Or are you just giving an example of the type of partners that we have access to?
These partners already exist. These are already our partners. So, for example, Alexander Youth Network would support us with school-based mental health therapy at certain schools. Kintegra is one of our newer partners, and they do mental health services, and they have some kind of federal support. But we use all these partners, for example, in a big way so that all of our schools, our students have access to mental health therapists. Now, if they were able to support the SEL piece, then they could certainly submit on the RFP. But these are already our community partners.
So, sorry, is it limited to this, yes or no?
No.
So sorry, okay.
No, I was just sharing that these are already our community partners that give us
I
$27
see.
million of in-kind services to the district already.
I see.
And this was in the appendix. I only pulled it up when I was going around the bush to answer Board Member Haynes' question, because I wasn't clear at first on what she was
Okay, cool. So then you're saying, okay, that's all, that was my clarifying question. Thank you.
Vice Chair Rankin.
Before we leave 3A and 3B, I just want to know, are 3A and 3B options that could possibly be part of the amendment?
I'm sorry, you're asking me, would these be, yes, or any other, of course, completely, we wanted to present this and get the board's reaction. So perhaps it's this, or perhaps, you all want to push on any of these areas. I think, whatever feedback the board has, certainly we would include that in a plan as directed for Tuesday.
I'm raising my hand, go ahead.
Well, just when we're having the conversation before, we know that, it didn't sound like option 2 would be a part, because that's probably not something that you would recommend, but it's something, would option A or B something that you would recommend? Okay,
Yes, sir.
thank you.
The question I have is about the mental health first aid training. That was listed before, I thought, in our conversations, that that's already happening. And so I'm wondering why additional dollars are allocated to that. Mental health first aid.
Mental health first aid, which is evidence-based from SAMHSA. The first step would be that we would train district staff to be trainers, so that we'd also be building capacity, which does not exist today, so that as new teachers come into the district, new employees, we'd have an ongoing team that would train them. The other thing that does not happen is we've trained sprinkling, but to get fidelity and consistency, we're now saying that we'd have a rollout across the district, and every school would have a set window of time to train all of their employees. So it's every employee in the district, and then we keep up with those that come in new, and they're trained through the Crown Academy.
Right, but I thought that was already happening.
Not to this degree. Do we have people that have been trained? Yes, but we don't have the staff at this time to train the district with fidelity. Now we're saying we're going to train a district team, we're going to have the assistant principals and a team trained at the school, so that everyone in the district, all 20,000 employees, is that right? 18, the number that are at the schools would be trained in how to recognize signs and symptoms. This isn't something brand new, to your point, Chair Sneed. This is an expansion.
Okay.
Because we also, after this one-time money, want to make sure that we can continue these things if we don't have this money next year.
Even sources of strength is already happening too.
That is correct. We're expanding because we're
Expanding,
bringing
okay.
more students into the,
Dr. Hatch Stone, I'm gonna come back to you because you've already,
Thank you, Dr. Bucknight. It seems like the bigger difference between option A and B is that RFP number.
yes.
And sometimes when you're kind of contemplating options, you're like, okay, we probably really can't do $800,000 just from a capacity standpoint. So in either of these options, A or B, are you leaning towards one that is actually feasible to implement, or, yeah? I just want to really kind of push on that RFP number. Like, if the board went with option B, is it kind of like, oh my God, I don't know how we'll actually onboard and do all this stuff? We'd rather crawl, walk, run, or does it kind of tomato, tomato?
I think once staff gets direction or whatever feedback, then we would quickly start building the RFP and putting it out. And then it could be that the RFP doesn't start until September, because we'd much rather it start a little later in the year, because we have all these other great things happening, so that it can be done well. So I think there's enough runway if we even do the $800,000 number.
So there's no,
I don't see
there's no
barriers to
issue.
this plan with that
So with
piece.
the other part, with the option A and B, then, if the bigger number in B is the RFP number, are there things in option A that you're maybe more excited about, or something, if we were to move forward with option B, what are we losing out of option A?
Option A puts more money into refreshing the kits. So if we put more money in the RFP, then it potentially would take us longer to refresh the kits over time, because then we would bill that, as we would anyway. We'd build that into our textbook budget over time, because again, both of these plans support all of the schools in the district.
Okay, and so Chair Sneed, do we have to say as a board, like, which one for this? Okay.
Can I add something? I'm sorry. Dr. Hatch, I just wanted to add to your question a little bit to what Dr. Balknight said about capacity around that RFP number. The only limitation may be something that's out of our control, and that's the any partners in the community that may respond to said RFP. Does that make sense? Like, we know that there are people in the community that certainly could respond to the RFP, but we wouldn't have a limitation in terms of what we do with them, but there may be a limitation on the part of the partner, which of course is a blind spot. But we certainly could then account for that on the back end. Like, let's say, I'm just making this up, let's say a partner comes through and says, and they win the RFP, but they say, we actually can't do that amount of work, we can do blank amount, then this alternate plan then gives us an opportunity to back into. Does that make sense?
Board Member Stone, I'm looking at you.
This, Dr. Botman, I really like seeing these laid out like this, but I do have a question about schools that have a pedagogy that supports SEL as part of it. Are they going to be required to, and are they already being required to give up their pedagogy to participate in these kinds of programs? Thanks.
So the goal of this, and thank you for that, you're speaking specifically, I think, about Montessori. But with education across the district, for example, there are things, tenets and other things that are woven into that curriculum already. So what I would say is that we're already doing a lot of these things that are embedded. The caring schools and the other things, the schools were already doing. Now we're saying that we're going to do it with fidelity. So we don't anticipate taking away from anything that schools are already doing. We also have built these because we agree and have heard, we also don't want to create $2.4 million of things that we ask the same employees that already have a plate full to do, which is why we're layering the things on. So even at a Montessori school, we think that they'll benefit from the layer and it would not be distraction from the Montessori approach.
I have heard that some of this has eliminated part of the pedagogy, which is why I bring it up. So we can talk off about how to.
Because the intent of a lot of this is it would be after school, it would be allowing kids leadership, so it wouldn't be that none of this is to take away instructional time from the classroom. So that wouldn't happen in a Montessori school or non-Montessori school. None of this should take away from instruction in the classroom. They're already doing the SEL as a part of the school day anyway, is what I'm saying.
Okay. We can talk further
Yes,
on
ma'am.
this one. Thanks.
Board Member Monterey Duval.
Thank you again. All right, so I think the original ask, and for me at least, was like, are we equitably using the mental health funds? Like, what I said was around like, it feels like we have a one size fit all, come back, with strategies that, oh my God, strategies that, so I think I have fidelity in this, like I don't really want to go by line item as long as that's met. So I'm fine with that, and thank you for this. I think that these strategies are more comprehensive. My question is, because it's like district-wide, school-based, district-wide. So if I'm understanding school-based, I got your back awareness, whatever, program, that is gonna be at the school level, and I'm assuming what that means is that it's gonna be tailored to the school culture, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then the district-wide is like, kind of like a reinforcement of what's happening with maybe a more generalized.
The district thing would be the things. You know how your child comes home and they're so excited they got to do this thing, and now they've committed and they've got the little armband.
Okay.
It could be a cling that a teacher says, if you're feeling like this, come to my, so it'd be all the things that we would send. So that's the consistency across the district, but you're spot on is that the 800,000 is to support the culture of the school, because one school could be dealing with a different area of SEL that they need to focus on, and this school is dealing with something else. So we will engage the principals based on data, what do they need, and then that's also how we would align those things. So to your point, it will not be a one-size-fits-all, as it should not be.
Thank you. And to that line of thinking, so that means that it's good, we can have multiple partners applying within this RFP, so it's not just one partner.
I would envision.
Because that to me would just be the same thing
Yeah.
that we're doing. So when Dr. Hatch asked about the work to handle it, that's where it just, I thought like, are we expecting that it's just, because for me, I just personally wouldn't support that if it's just one, because it just, again, it's the same thing as the capturing kids' heart,
Correct.
the original premise. So I just wanted to be like clear with you all that I'm okay with y'all going through the line, that's not my job, but as long as the strategy is being met, like, I'm okay with that, so I just wanted to confirm that that is what's happening here.
Yes, ma'am, and I think that's what Dr. Hill was speaking to, that the only barrier that we don't have the visibility to see in this moment is, do we have enough community partners with the skill set to respond to the needs of the different
I see.
schools?
Okay,
And
that's
that's
what
where
I
the
see.
delay or hiccup could come, and I think
I
that's
see.
what Dr. Hill was lifting, but you're exactly right, we intend for this to be school-specific.
Cool, thank you so much.
The only comment I have is that, and I think we're ready to move on after this, is that in being responsive to the community and the guardrail, as well, is that the interest is in as much hands-on support that we can provide to our students as opposed to a training of a thing. You know what I mean? Like, I get the initiatives, like you build the culture of what the thing, you know, I got that. I feel like it's a lot of training in there, but I get that. But the more that can be direct contact with students is I think the marching orders that we've been given. And you'll, just one more time with the 7 mindsets materials. Is it that believe you would need that as well as the mental health training? Do you get what I'm saying? And the,
Yes, ma'am. Can I speak to that for 1 second?
yes,
So the 7 mindsets for 9-12 is all. That's what every kid gets, so that we know without a shadow of a doubt they're getting that base level. And then the mental health suicide training is really for the adults so that I can recognize the signs and symptoms. So they're supporting 2 different things. 7 mindsets is SEL. Mental health training is because we've talked about and we agree we want to make sure that everyone on that campus recognize signs and symptoms. So that's a training for the adults. The training, I think, for the BMT is important as well, because if we do that training for BMTs, they're going to engage with kids differently. They're going to help prevent things before they even happen. And our deans of students don't suspend kids, but what they do is they do all the things in between. You made a poor choice, let me support you, and all those things. So that's a group that we haven't spent a lot of time in. And so we have mental health training here, but in that there will also be some SEL training. So the training, because it's one-time money, is to improve the skills of the staff that we have, but not give them one more thing. And so we've targeted the people that they're hired to do these specific jobs. Like we often say in the Dean of Students position, I think there's something there about culture, even in the job description. So training those folks, I think, helps support them to do that even better. And then the behavior modification technicians. But the 7 mindsets is like saying the health curriculum that you'd have, the PE curriculum or the EL education curriculum for literacy. This is the SEL curriculum. So that's the all. We already have the caring schools and the 7 mindsets.
but that category there, the teachers are doing that?
The teachers are doing that as a part of their day, but they're already doing the caring schools as a part of their day now. What this does is just give them updated, refreshed materials, as we would do with any of the other resources in the district.
Ms. Stone, we moving on.
I have a question.
Oh, sorry, hold on 1 second, Board Member Ship, let me get Board Member Stone and Ship, and then we're moving on.
The question, I'm looking at the differences. What are we giving up when we reduce caring schools, which we already have, to place at least 100,000 over to the RFP for I Got Your Back? I guess I'm looking for, we've already got this. What are we going to lose by moving $100,000 out of the bucket? What happens?
What we're doing is we're reducing the number of kits that we can refresh in this one-time money. So we've moved the money, to your point, to increase the number of partners to support schools out of refreshing or updating the kits. So part of our work this summer, regardless of whether it's SEL or anything else, our team, they work to make sure all the schools have updated and refreshed science kits, and then we have them in the warehouse. So that's a part of this work that we're able to do with these funds. So we would just reduce them out in this first year.
Okay, thanks.
All right, Board Member Ship.
Yes, I just want to say, this looks good in terms of alternative strategies that we use with this fund or this one-time money. I think here I'm always concerned about the people, and that may have come up, having the people to do the work, because we're not putting something else up on these positions. So, and here it's not talking about at any point hiring additional people, or is utilizing who's already in the buildings or from other places. Are we really looking at that, making sure we have the people to do the work?
So any of the training, we're going to bring people out in the summer and pay them a stipend, so to be respectful of their time and they be paid. We're not going to ask people, like sometimes we have to do, come after school, or this is one more duty. So we're trying to be mindful and respectful of, this is an additional enhancement opportunity for you to do the role that you're hired to do anyway better. Like the assistant principals, they really are a big part of the SEL program and culture. They work more with discipline and suspensions, and all those things unfortunately go together. And we would bring them in the month that they're not employed, and they'd be paid a stipend as well. So really trying to be respectful of all these employees, that they would be paid, they would be trained, and they'd be better prepared, we believe, to open the school year with this support.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Bognight. I think we're going on to strategy 4. I think it's 4A and B.
Madam Chair, I thought we said we were going to skip this one. Is that not the case?
I didn't say that. Is there, well, I mean, I guess the question is, if it's not even a possibility for it to be a recommendation, I don't know if that qualifies as this one, or if the strategy is something that contradicts our ability to have a balanced budget, then we would not need to go through it. Unless you want to just, you get what I'm saying?
I do.
So,
I don't think we need to, but.
go ahead.
I do, I would like for the public to know what is the trade-off to those 20 behavior people? What functions did they perform, and what is the trade-off for them not being employed with us after June 30th?
We want to address the 20 positions in number 2.
Behavior people at
The BMTs.
Well, they don't, what's the title for those
BMTs,
positions?
but-
Sorry, what's
The
the?
20 positions, what is the title for those? What is their position title?
There was a manager, there are multiple positions in there.
Oh, there were multiple,
Let me just speak to it. So we have 3 or 4 sets of behavior folks that support schools, and then we have BMTs at the schools, and we have CSAs. And so this group, while they have a variety of titles, and we can certainly get those titles to you, I don't want to call those out, because some of those, there's one person that, so I don't want to call the titles out. But this particular team, a lot of the work that they were able to do is that they would go out and support schools. If there was a concern, they would do a scan, for example, if there was a spike in behavior to school. Because we have a team that actually watches the discipline data every day. They send Dr. Hill and I a report every day. And then as we begin to see, they already do it, they don't wait on us to tell them. There's a concern at high school X. Then that executive director would maybe send someone out to train them on restorative circles, or send someone out to stay at the school for a couple days to provide support, or to retrain staff, or to give feedback on how we can make changes. We have a large enough team that restructuring the team, we felt that we can still manage these supports, because we also have a group that supports our certain schools. So we feel that we have enough supports that this was a efficiency opportunity, so that we can work to provide some additional specific supports that we're missing. So for example, we will be able to provide some additional enhancements to this area based on data that we've been looking at, as we have made lots of improvements, that we have discipline that we can get readily available. We have one platform that it's all on. We are doing things like looking to make sure that if this high school is suspending a student for vaping for 10 days, that we're not inconsistent across the district. You know, every child gets their own due process, but what we want as a district is that everyone's being treated fairly. So all of that falls into this work, but we've been working on tightening this system up for 2 years and restructuring things, and this was just a part of the transition to change the rollout and structure of this team. So this was an organizational efficiency to continue to improve the discipline supports that we provide to schools.
So these folks are not a part of our budgetary assumptions anywhere.
These folks were reduced as a part of a recommendation from the academics team to continue to improve the discipline systems for the district.
Okay, so what happens to the monies that those folks possibly would have been?
So
What is
this
the dollar
will-
amount of that?
Yes, ma'am. This will allow us to restructure so that we can support the district with the things that we think are missing on our discipline team, on our behavior team.
I see. Okay.
So, for example, if we went from,
So in other words, you're going to have people working in those,
we're gonna
you're not
support,
cutting from that department. You eliminated those positions to restructure to do something else.
yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Well said, thank you.
With this, does this strategy adjustment, if it's applied, would it also go against strategy 1 if we did this one?
I believe that it supports strategy 1 if strategy 1 is I'm sorry, you're saying strategy 1, I'm thinking about the goals and guardrails.
No, I'm talking about strategy 1, meaning we already said, it's already built in. We said, what is it, 4, 5, and 6 already built, was it 4%, 5%, 6% already built in? If this adjustment was made, would it counteract or go against that strategy 1?
No, sir, this is within my division.
Okay.
And so we do this separate from the budget conversation
All right.
for efficiency. So this would not go into the bigger pot to support the district. As Board Member Haynes said, I will repurpose these positions, these funds,
Okay.
to improve our discipline systems for the district.
All right, thank you.
All right, so there was a carve out, there's a carve out specifically for lunch monitors on this slide. I don't know if there's that is built into the 6.6 million. But I don't know I guess the question, probably the better question is, and not to belabor it is that the lunch monitors, it probably would be helpful to know what the value of those lunch monitors are, and could that have been made, is there a strategy that could have made up just for that category of employees?
When you say value, do you mean dollar amount?
Dollar.
Right here, it's $1 million indicated on the chart in the middle.
Where are
You're
you?
not seeing it?
Oh, I see. Okay. All right, so, I'm gonna just sum it up. You're just saying it's no other way to find this $1 million. Is that what you're saying to the board in order to,
No, that's not what I'm saying.
and still have a balanced budget?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
In this presentation, I had more information to share with the board on options you could consider.
No, well, I just want to be clear on this. If it is when I'm saying options for consideration, it is whether it would work or not and still be able to fulfill the things. Like, if you're presenting options that don't make sense, and I'm not saying, I'm just saying that simplistically. Sure. Then they are not options.
Just
I mean, that's just my point. You know what I mean?
Yes, ma'am. So just to provide a little bit more clarity, if you'll look at this triangle thing that's here, you'll see that purple star. We wanted the board to have clarity in terms of what pot of local dollars that came from. School clerical and administrative support positions of 66 million. We looked specifically in that pot and tried to capture part-time work instead of full-time. So we captured that instead of reducing full-time employment that may have greater impact at the school. This was the one that would have, while it has impact, the least amount of impact for two reasons. Number one, because it's part-time, and number two, because that's not an allocation that was at all schools. So that's why we selected that.
I don't know, board members, I mean, I'll leave it to you. Do you need more information about that particular thing? I don't know if that's a sticking point or not.
I think my conundrum is I still don't feel like we have a recommendation. I still feel like outside of that one particular strategy, it looks like we're saying that this is the budget and this is the best we can do, and that we're really not making any significant changes to the budget.
What do you mean, for the lunch monitors?
No, not for
No,
the-
just, you
for
said
the
an
budget in
overall-
general.
No.
No,
It's not gonna change.
so we're saying that we can't make any adjustments for the lunch monitors. The behavior people are just a part of a different restructuring or whatever. It seems like we've come without a real recommendation to the board or a first pass to the board for recommendations. And we're being asked to make essentially to write the recommendation. It's the way that I feel about this, but maybe I could be wrong.
I mean, I think that, I think we're all on the same page now, meaning that meaning that there will be another recommendation. There will be a superintendent's recommendation, part 2. I think we're on the same page, yes? Yes? Yes. Now, I mean, in the reality of it is, I think, and that's what Vice Chair Rankin's statement is, and as we're going through this, like, is this something you would recommend? So, was no sense in going through recommendations that are nonsensical.
Right.
And, you know what I mean, that are contrary to,
Exactly.
so I just kind of think that's where we are, and then we just have to go, I mean,
Options that are none. I was trying to say it out loud to get my own
Yeah.
understanding about where, but it's essentially that.
okay. So in terms of, and I just want to make sure I'm putting a pin on it because that was specifically called out, there is not an adjustment that you have that can recoup this $1 million line item, because we still need the $1 million, that would allow for lunchroom monitors to still be in place. So you're saying you went through all the analysis, we went through all the things, and it's just absolutely nothing that can happen that will make sense, meaning we can still have this 6.6 million in holding for raises and still have all these other positions. I mean,
Yes, ma'am. After analysis, we believe that the original recommendation that we provided was the best. That does not mean it's the only recommendation that is feasible. There are other areas that the board can cut. They're just as painful or more painful than this. We believe we have put forth the best recommendation that we have.
So now, so what you're saying is, so, okay, if the lunch monitors are the priority, so if not, then we have to look at the behavior or whatever they are? Is that what that would be recouped from? So I'm trying to, now you lost me.
No, sir. Yes, there was a whole presentation of what options that you could consider, and I didn't get to present that. So now we're in a position where you're not aware.
okay, what I'm saying is, go through the options, but if they're not feasible, it doesn't make sense. And I want to be mindful of the language. The language key is continuing to be used that says options for you, like, for you to make the decision. And really, I mean, ultimately, yes, we make a decision on the budget, but a recommendation still has to come forward to us.
Okay, I understand. So understanding that, we do not have a recommendation for an additional option for the lunch monitors.
Said differently, can I say said differently? If you look at this triangle, I think this may help get to why we do, well, I guess we just would be careful with the language. There are other options, yes. We can do anything we want, we just can't do everything we want.
Right.
Based on the analysis, this would be the least disruptive from a financial standpoint and from an operational standpoint. So again, when you talk about areas of flexibility, this particular line item, different from the teaching positions we were talking about earlier, come from our local budget, right? Okay. So this purple star just shows to you where we pulled this allotment from, but essentially, these are all of the things that we could consider, but we didn't consider these things because we felt like, based on a prioritization, and I just want to choose my language carefully because I'm not trying to say that lunch monitors are not a priority. I just want to be clear with that. And it will cause a level of disruption for those schools that have lunch monitors. But with that being said, based on all of these things, that would be the least disruptive.
Okay.
Does that help?
So, Vice Chair Rankin.
You have to leave, but before I leave, can we just watch our language? I know we didn't get to the other part of the presentation, but that wasn't because of my misunderstanding. So if we could just watch our language, I want us to work together as a board and as a staff, because some of those comments are real snippy. I don't appreciate it. So we'll say that. So I have to leave, I apologize, but in the meantime, we can get to a place where we can work together and come to find us a balanced budget, because it's too much tension in here, and we gotta figure out how to get rid of that. But at the same time, we're here to work together, not against one another. So I have to leave, so I apologize. So whatever the board decides, I'll get an update, all right? Thank you.
Board Member London.
Thank you. So I think in that same light, just to level set, that the options that are being shared with us are, just for, I guess, clarity and level setting, the options that are being presented to us are not necessarily, and I know a lot of this has been said, I just want to make it very clear, and just confirm. A lot of these things that are being shared with us are the options that you all have gone through to say, here are the options, but it's not the superintendent's recommendation, because your original recommendation is, in your expertise and your opinion, is your best option and best recommendation. However, you're sharing with us like what you said before, you're sharing with us what could be considered but rejected, because it would not be your best recommendation. What you originally recommended to us, especially with the lunchroom monitors, but also with these additional options. These are just options that you all are presenting to us that could be considerations, but would not necessarily be the best option or your recommendation.
That's correct, Board Member London. I just wanted to add one thing, which I think is important. The way that we got to the superintendent's recommendation was through a lot of feedback, meetings, circle throughs with all of the impacted. So meetings with elementary principals, meeting with all principals, so I just want to be clear that Crystal Hill did not come up with this recommendation because of Crystal Hill's knowledge.
Right.
I don't know all the things.
Right.
Which is why we go deeply to get all of the information and pull that up.
Yes.
And also understand that we don't have all the perspective. So based on board feedback, we wanted to share, here are some other options. So I just want to be clear that we're we're not trying to pit one against the other. We're just saying that you all perhaps have a different perspective that we haven't gathered in the recommendation that was brought forth. So that's why we keep saying that if we wanted to present, these are all the other things that perhaps we want you to know what we considered but rejected, but perhaps you may see something different here. That's the whole purpose of why we're reviewing this.
Yes, got it. And I think that's a helpful and productive lens for all of us to be viewing all of this through, is that when we may be asking clarifying questions or just asking additional questions about something, it's not that we are suggesting that what your original recommendation was wrong or bad. It's just that when we're asking clarifying questions, it could be that we're asking a clarifying question, but your explanation of the additional considerations makes us or helps us better understand why that original recommendation was the recommendation. So I think that's helpful.
Yes,
a lens.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Do we have any more questions or concerns about lunchroom monitors and how that fits in the process? I think we could just put a pin in that right now, because we have the materials before us. And if we want to revisit that particular area, I just want to make sure that we are getting through. I don't think that particular thing is, not to minimize the positions, or the work, but that is not the crux of the reason we are here today. So I just want to put a pin in that in case we want to come back through. I understand you have that presentation of how we got to that elimination of those positions, but let's put a pin in that in case we want to come back to it. So strategy 5 is the DSS liaison positions, which has been of concern.
Okay, so I just want to share that we have 4 DSS liaisons that serve 425 students that are foster care students. The 4 DSS liaisons sat at the DSS office, and they supported our students. Our recommendation is to still keep the services as we're required to keep those services. So we would have an executive director of student wellness, a specialist that would work with the student wellness executive director, and we'd have contracted employees that are social workers that would also work to support the foster care students. And so we move all of that work back in-house into CMS. We will continue to work with our community. I know there's lots of concern about the services changing. We recognize that this is change management, so we acknowledge that we need to work with all community stakeholders to talk about the work will continue. We believe the work could be even more efficient because they'll be in-house with us to do the foster care work to support these students, because they'll be on our campus and know all the things. They will still do all the bid meetings and all the things that they're required. But we know that we need to have communication with our partners, because this is a concern. I just want to lift that for a long period of time, these positions were paid for by the county. And then when the county, we shifted the funding over to the district, we were able to carry those positions for a year, and we're ready to transition to this new plan. And I think that this slide is a visual of current state, the 4 DSS liaisons that work and housed at the county. Future state would be that the executive director of student wellness and crisis, a specialist, and then contracted social worker support would support this process for our 425 students. So we're not recommending making a shift back to add the 4 DSS liaisons back as they are, but we're not removing the work or forsaking the work. And it's not being pushed on to existing staff. When we dissolved the learning and teaching department, we were able to get a specialist position to go here. And we're able to take contracted services funding to put here as well. And then the executive director of student wellness and crisis will be responsible for this work, who's also the person that would work with these agencies in the community as well.
Dr. Hatch,
Question.
I got you, board membership. Dr. Hatch and then board membership.
Thank you, Dr. Balknight, and I understand everything that you just said, and I have to lift, and I think probably multiple board members, we're getting a
Yes.
lot of emails from the judicial community, specifically even while we're here right now.
Yes.
And so I think the bigger thing is in making the assumption of not going back, and since we have talked about this, has there been any conversations with any of those partners or anything to like kind of sniff test this? Because there is concern around having to work through so many different people and the impact to the most vulnerable of the foster kids.
So we have been working to schedule meetings with specific stakeholders that have reached out to us. I have been in contact with my counterparts at the county as well, and we're working together because we both agree that we just need to communicate out because these services aren't going away. We believe that we're going to enhance the services, but when people don't know clearly what the plan is and they can ask specific questions, there's lots of concern and uncertainty, which is why I said, and you all know, change management. That's where we are with this. We're not taking away any of the services. This is, we're required to do, so this is something that we can say, we'll figure it out. We're required to make sure, just like home child, there's governance for school systems to take care of this. So we intend to take care of this, and we believe that it could be even better if the services are pulled back into the district. These were positions that were housed at the county that we had very little visibility into, and we believe that having our team that works within the district, we can break some of those barriers or connectors on our side of the house, while this executive director will also be communicating more often and frequently with county staff as well. So I think the biggest lift here, full transparency, is that we have to do our due diligence with communicating with all the stakeholders in the different groups so they can see that we're shifting and constantly engage with them throughout this year to get feedback so we can continue to improve the process.
So this is my last question on this. So kind of going back to one of my very first questions around the contingency, let's say this assumption is not right. And we're like, maybe instead of 4, we need 2. What leverage or how might we solve that problem in a way in which it is transparent to the board, since we're making this like decision up here, that if there is an assumption shift, how would we know, and do you have any leverage or contingency that you could course correct if needed?
So first thing, and I want to choose my words just because I'm not the HR person, but this specialist position is vacant. So that wouldn't restrict any of the others that were in the role to apply for that position. And then we also, as I shared, will have contracted support that we would be social workers. And we have the contracted support because sometimes contracted work, they can focus just on those things. There's multiple people, and that's still less than the cost of an employee. So this is the system that we've put in place, but we do have a vacant specialist position that would not take away from any of those folks that decided to continue with the work to apply and be offered a position. And then we would have the contracted services as well.
Yeah, so said differently, we have currently 4 DSS liaisons. And right now, we have we're planning for an executive director of student wellness and a specialist.
Yes.
In contracted support. And I think what I'm saying is, let's say you're like, this is maybe a bit more, we need 2 specialists in addition to the contracted support because our assumption might not have been right. Is what you just said still the same?
I think what you and I are saying, and I would invite the superintendent and the finance officer to weigh in at any time, that we have 1 specialist that could be one of the DSS people. And then the contracted services, while we think it's better to have multiple people that are available, that's not far from an additional position. So that would be some feedback that we could take away from today to see if we could get to that. Is that answering your question?
Yes, thank
Okay.
you.
Okay, yeah.
Go ahead, board membership.
Yes, this has been very concerning because we're continuing to hear so much. And I think it's always, change is hard. And when people don't really know what the change is going to be, and I think that's what board member Dr. Hatch was kind of speaking to as well, is, they're really concerned that these students and the way this has worked has been, I guess they would say, successful for these foster students in the way it's been done and the support they've been given. So now we're saying it's going to be less support possibly, and how does this really help? So I think there's still concern about that. And then you mentioned that, like in terms of the fact that they're no longer going to be they have opportunities. How much has that been communicated in a way that they feel like they still will be able to support these students? I think these 4 DSS liaisons probably still want to be connected to these foster children in the work they've done. How will they be able to do that in other positions they may get?
So, and I would invite Angie, if I say anything wrong, to please correct me. Chief Woods, I'm sorry. I would first say that one of the first things that we do when we made a recommendation for these positions to be eliminated, we reached out to work with them to identify other opportunities, because we don't want to begin to hire for vacancies and not take care of our employees that already exist. So to your question, board membership, this specialist position, I'm not even sure if it's posted at this point. We would post the position and then certainly they could apply for it. But the first thing that we do when positions are eliminated is we work with those employees to find other positions if they are eligible for other positions. So 2 things are happening at the same time. I think you're asking me, how are we making sure that these employees know about the opportunities to work in this position? And if that's not your question, then can you?
Yes,
expand?
that, and how will they be able to continue in any way to support the foster care students?
I know.
When you mentioned this will be dispersed, some of the work among the social workers or within the schools already.
Yeah, these were social workers, so if they decided to be school social workers, all of our social workers at schools would work with the students at their school that are identified as foster care. We have, I think it's 115 schools that have foster care students in them, and there are 5 schools that have more than 10, the most is 15. So they could end up at a school that don't have any foster care students, but all of our social workers would work with them to have the warm handoff. This would be the specific team, and I think that we're getting some feedback about considering the number of staff that would sit in the office with the Executive Director of Student Wellness. Does that answer your question, board membership?
Somewhat, yes.
No.
I just want to make sure that it's clear, and I guess this has kind of come up before, it's clear what will we do, and I think again, Dr. Hatch asked that if we find that this is not working and we need additional support to these students.
Okay, well, 2 things. First of all, I've heard some feedback about something for us to go back to determine, can we do anything differently with the staff that would remain on the student services side? And then the second thing I would say is that what we would do, what we always do, if we get to October and we determine that we need more or something changes or there's an influx, whether it's this area, McKinney, Vento, or other things, we do this now. We would determine that we need to eliminate something else because we have a need, and we would potentially hire contracted services, or we readjust staff because there are just certain things, and this is one of them, that we don't have an option of saying we're not going to do well. It's too critical to the students and to the organization. So we would have to staff this as needed if we determined that this was not enough staff going forward. But we've been working and looking at this and preparing since 2 years ago when we were told that the county was no longer going to fund this for us in a separate pot of funding. And we picked up the funding for this current school year, so we've been preparing for this.
So it's also about funding. We don't have the funding to continue it in the way that we have in the past with
Yes,
the
ma'am.
4 TSS liaison.
Yes, ma'am. We received funding from the county for these positions 2 years ago. Is that right? 2 years ago. And then this year, this current school year, we picked up the funding for the staff. And then this is the transition in this upcoming school year.
Right, and I want that to be, you communicate it to the public too, and to all of us who are talking about this.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Board Member Haynes.
So, a couple of things. Have we taken a look at any alternatives to these, to replacing these positions? But the other piece of it for me has been that I don't think I have a grasp on what we're actually going to ask the people to do as they're handed off these duties. Because I can see where this would be heavy administrative, heavy documentation. And although it's only 400 students, I know that what these folks are going to be doing is going to be way more much more of an administrative burden. And so in the last meeting, I was asking about workload, and had that fully been measured. I think that it's difficult to come up with any alternative if you don't know that. Had the task of actually looking to see what alternatives we had been pursued, or was there just kind of a, we can't do anything about this and this is what this is? If it had been pursued, this is a place where I'd like to see what the options might be.
Thank you for that. So I will say that, as I said, we knew 2 years ago, or 2 budget cycles ago, that these positions were no longer going to be funded by the county. So we have spent this year with the team that works most closely with them on our side of the house, gathering information to make sure that we can take this on, which is why we felt like we can make this transition. And so we did do those things, which is also why we put contracted support in, so that we could ramp that up and we could schedule those folks as needed. But I'm also hearing feedback that this is one of the things that you would like for us to look at farther to maybe determine the 1 specialist vacancy, could it potentially be 2 as a transition or a step down?
I think initially what I heard was that much of what the 4 people were doing was going to go back to the school social worker.
So can I speak to that piece?
Yes.
So one of the things, what I'm saying is that when we bring it in-house, we believe that we will reduce some of the connectors, because it'll be our executive director and that team below that working with our social workers. Our social workers, I believe it's critical for these students to be received by the social worker at their school. That work is no different than what the social worker is already doing. This isn't in addition to. The school social worker is not being asked to do more paperwork or to go sit in a bid meeting. They're being asked to be updated on the student just like they would for another at-risk student that's coming to their school. We believe that warm handoff is critical, and we think that we can do that better so that at the school level, we're taking care of the student as well.
So to that, and I'm sorry, I want to really get good clarity on this. I think that's even a little more concerning, because you're taking 400 students possibly distributed among 4 people, and now you're taking 400 students, giving that work to a specialist and contracted support. So essentially, you're doubling the caseload of those folks. The problem, even if you were trying to do what I thought was described at the last meeting, that poses a problem, because then instead of training 4 people on how to do that, now you have to train 180-something people on how to do that. So this here, I want to see what options were pursued, because I know that this is problematic and it's going to negatively impact children.
So I just want to say one more time, we're not asking the social workers to do anything different than they've already done. We're saying that internally, if all of the folks that work with this program are our employees sitting in our facility, having access to all of the things that we have, that it's better communication and a better handoff to the school. But the social workers at the school level aren't going to do any more paperwork than they're doing today. They're going to receive the student the same way they've received them before. But again, it's going to be our folks, it's a complete through line to the school. So I understand that I'm not trying to change your request. I'm just simply want to be clear that I'm not saying I'm asking the school social worker to do anything different.
Right, but we're still increasing the caseload over a smaller number of people. And it also,
District officer.
and it also looks like we're creating another layer of another person, you know. There. Give me just a second here. I'm trying to, so this executive director is now a part of management, and you've got 1.5 people actually doing the work and having a caseload. I'm assuming that this executive director person is going to be getting paid significantly more than the specialist and the contracted support. So what is the dollar amount on this versus those 4 liaison folks?
The executive director position was a repurposed position so that we could focus in this area. But this is a new job description position, but it's a repurposed position, so there was no increase in funding.
I'm trending there, but what I'm saying is, when we add these 3 items up together, what is the dollar amount that represents?
Okay. Chief Klutz said we can get back with you with a number.
Can we do that before this is over with? Because what I'm trying to figure out is, we may be able to keep these 4 DSS liaisons. We may be able to have 3 DSS liaisons by the time we pay for a manager, a specialist, and I'm trying to figure out what the dollar amount
So
value
let me
of
just
that
say
is.
that the specialist position is vacant, so that wouldn't be a material cut to any employee. There is an employee in the Executive Director of Student Wellness and Crisis. So that's already a person, so we'd be eliminating, and they have other responsibilities. So we'd be removing an executive director from the Student Support Services team.
I get that, but
Okay.
hear what I'm saying. You're essentially saying that this position, this scenario here replaces that. So what I'm trying to identify is the dollar amount for that scenario and the dollar amount for this scenario, and what is the difference? Because it's essentially, this pool of people are replacing this pool of people. Now, I get that we might be pulling this pool of people from here or there, but this is the scenario that I'm trying to compare. And I think that's a legitimate, comparison to make. So I would like to see dollar amount for dollar, how we compare with that.
Board Member Lundy?
So I understand that the county in years past communicated that they were not going to continue funding. So you all have worked for a couple of years to get to this place because the county wasn't going to continue funding the position.
Right.
If the conversation has not already happened with the county, is there opportunity to, if this new option is not feasible, and understanding what was in the DSS liaison job descriptions and what all they were doing, this is me as an individual, I feel like that is something that the county should cover. And so is there opportunity to have a conversation as part of the change management? What would be best for the students, making sure that they're still getting what they need, but they're in DSS custody? And so as part of those conversations, change management, but also conversations with the county, is there opportunity to have that conversation with Mecklenburg County if the belief is that those 4 positions are still the best option for serving the students that are in DSS, YFS custody? Could that be an ask?
We continue to talk with them about how we can work together to support this area.
Okay,
So I'm not gonna say that it can be an ask, that would be,
right.
but we can certainly, take the feedback that's been given today to come back with some additional things.
Oh,
I don't know if this is even possible, maybe you've already considered it, just as a question. Is there, as a way of sort of slowly phasing out and transitioning, is there a way possibly that, because these four individuals have obviously some institutional knowledge on both sides, is it possible if they were to take a job on this side, is there a hybrid approach that could possibly be there with a balanced workload that could still be of support so that they're not gaps? And as there will be, but
Right.
just wondering if you thought about it.
Yes, sir, and I think that's some of the feedback that Dr. Hatch was giving earlier, so I think you all are aligned with, could there be a hybrid approach to this transition? Which is what I'm hearing as a takeaway. Is that, am I understanding that correctly, Dr. Witherspoon?
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
All right.
I have a question. I mean, one, I'm wondering what the value of these positions are, the four.
The grant that we were receiving was, I think, a little under $500,000.
So these four people represent $500,000.
They've already cut two, right? Eliminated two, we are covering two, right?
The positions have been,
Four.
well, the four positions have been eliminated, but the value of the positions were at $500,000, right at $500,000.
Okay, so my question is, we need what is this, 8 million? No, 6.647580 to cover state-driven increases salaries for up to 6%, yes? And so that is an exact number of what the need is for 6%. And that's assuming that's for how many positions? 6.647580.
The 2,707 locally paid positions.
So that's for 2,707 locally paid positions. And how many of the 2,707 locally paid positions are encumbered now? Are all of them filled?
Chief Wood gave me some vacancy numbers this morning. She indicated that 191 right now are vacant.
So it's 191 of those positions are vacant. So my point is, your assumptions up to 6% is 100% of the positions being filled. And we're making the assumption up to 6%. And I think my point in this exercise is that we're never at 100% staffing. So there's wiggle room in this 6.6.
We just naturally, in our budget process, build in a factor to consider or take into account the current vacancy rate percentage. So lapsed salaries is what we call it. And we build that in, that's already built into our budget.
Along those lines, Chair Sneed, I think I know maybe what you may be asking. Chief Klutz, can you talk a little bit about, prior to 2023, about lapsed salary and the conversation that we had with the county in terms of how we were budgeting lapsed salary and
No.
how we've corrected
Yeah, I
that.
mean, that's fine. I mean, I want, hold that thought, because it's,
Okay.
I want to deal with the question I'm asking, which is, that the question that I just asked was, this was assuming 100% of the positions were filled, and your response was just yes. So if it's yes, then you're saying you made the assumption for 6%, and that's assuming that 100% of those positions are filled, and that's how you came up with the 6.6, da-da-da. It's an exact number. And all I'm saying is that we're not gonna have 100% of our positions filled.
That's correct. We never do, and
Yes.
our budget is not an exact science at all. Everything we do is an estimate and an assumption. So part of that $9.2 million, there's a couple of assumptions, there's several assumptions in there, right? There's a 3% increase, and we're talking about 3, 4, 5, whatever. But we're also considering an assumption related to health insurance. We don't know if we've got that right. It's the same thing. The state determines that. When the Senate, House, and the compromise, they generally all have a different amount. So that's an assumption for that. And there's also an assumption in for retirement increase. So we've assumed a retirement increase. We do not know if that'll be, so none of it's really exact, to your point.
No, I get all that, but with all of that, you still said the 6% is based on 100% of the positions being filled.
Correct.
So my point is, not 100% of the positions are never filled. So there is some wiggle room in there. It has to be.
That is
Yes.
also correct, and I would answer it as potentially. But there are fluctuations in our budget. You know, we have 20,000 or so line items on our budget, and I'll just give you an example. Last year, our budget was we were $13 million over our utilities. That money had to come from somewhere. So we're pulling pieces from any pennies that are left, because we obviously can't shut down school and not pay utilities. So that's just one example that's happened recently. So yes, it is an assumption, it is an estimate.
I think we're saying the same thing.
I think so.
I mean, I think we're saying the same thing. And so my point is, when we're talking about strategies and options, right? So I'm just looking at the 4 DSS positions. And we're talking about strategies, and we can make an assumption. Okay, so let's make an assumption. We got 191 vacant positions now. So an assumption can be made, maybe there can be a little space in there, because we know that, and I'll just use a number like 150. Maybe we'll probably have 150 vacancies at any time. So if we find that these positions are important, and I'm just using this position as an example, this could apply to the same model as with the teachers' allotments, and, you know, making sure the lowest schools at the baseline, they could remain at the 25, 26 allotment level. What I'm saying is that because of that, this is at 100% of fill, then there could be some other strategies that are presented that do not impact the 6.6. And we could do a both and. Yes.
I have considered all of the lapsed salaries in the base budget when I presented it. So thinking about our salaries, the amount that's in the base budget right now, let's just assume the 3% is going to hold. What I budgeted for is 97% as the base. The 3% is the 9.7 there, that's over here. In this 97%, I calculated a factor for our normal vacancy rate, and our vacancy rate is declining. So 4 years ago, it was a big number. Right now, I think Chief Wood says we have 4 teaching vacancies right now. So the number might have been 6 or 8% 4 years ago. The number is like 1 or 2%. That number is in our budget. I hear the direction you're going, I understand the direction you're going, and if it were 4 years ago, I would say absolutely. There's enough wiggle room in a $2.1 billion budget to be able to do this. But what I'm sharing with you now is that I am very concerned about how tight our budget is right now, and I have, had this conversation last year and this year. The budget is too tight for me to have a great comfort level. And every decision that we make where we're stretching the budget puts us at risk.
So then to rephrase the question, the 6.6 million that we're trying to hold over, which it's a sound decision that this needs to be done. I'm not questioning that at all. Are you saying, because I just want to be clear, I'm understanding what you're saying. When I ask the question, is it based on 100% of our positions being filled? The answer to that is yes, but it's not really, because you're using a calculation of you're saying, is it 100% of the 97% being filled? Does that make sense?
I think it does.
When you're saying you're counting, you've already accounted for the vacancy rate.
I need to make up some numbers to help. So let's assume that we have $100 million of local salaries. $100 million. It takes $100 million to pay all of us. I have applied a factor to that $100 million of 2%. And that's already taken into consideration. So if we were to have a vacancy rate of 1%, it would be concerning, because I've already considered a vacancy rate of 2%. That's on the big number, $100 million. If we get a 3% raise, that's $3 million, right? So I did not, when I answered your question, I did not do 98% of the raise, but I did 98% of 97% of the pay, the base pay, the money that we have right now that it takes to pay everybody.
Okay, so then this number does not represent, this number represents not 100% of all of the positions we have. It's including that there will be some vacancies already. I'm not talking about the entire budget. I'm just talking about this 6.6 million. You get what I'm saying?
So there's a 6.8 number on here and there's a 6.6. I want to make sure
I'm talking about, mind you, I don't have my reading glasses on, so I don't know what that says, but the number that's underneath this here.
down here.
Yes.
On the trade-offs.
The trade-offs, yes. Yes.
So that number is how much we are spending on those positions right there. So are you saying there's 46, 14, 20, 60, 70 positions there?
Well, you know what, let me ask that a different way. I get why you're confused. I was confusing in my question. So this, not taking the 6.6, so the better number is taking the 16,176,555. That is, we need that, like I again say, makes complete sense. We need that number if the state raise is 6% to fund the 2,707 locally positions, so they would be on track to get those raises as well.
6%, to
The
to
six,
fund them 6%.
yeah, I'm using that number as an example, the 6%. And so we have 2,707 locally paid positions. So is 16,176,555 needed for, how many positions is that needed for? Is it needed for 2,707?
Yes.
Okay, so, and then my point is that we're not gonna have 2,707 positions filled. Because that's 100%.
That's right.
So that's why I'm saying it's some space, it's space there then.
I am not comfortable saying that there's space there in our budget. Our budget is extremely tight.
I understand the budget's tight, but what I'm saying is, as we're talking about strategies and alternatives, we know we're never gonna have 2,707 positions filled. I mean, it would be great, but that's not gonna happen. Because right now, of the 2,707, we have 191 vacant, correct?
Those are not necessarily locally paid positions. Some of those could be state or federal or,
Okay, so then maybe the better question is, how many locally vacant positions do we have? So of the 2,707, how many of those are vacant?
we would, I don't know that HR would have a record.
And maybe the answer, and I don't know the answer, because maybe maybe it's a difference. Maybe the 2,707, we're, most of the time, we don't carry any vacancies. Maybe it's one or two, but if we have locally funded, and it's typically in the hundreds range of locally funded, then my point is adding a 4 positions, there's space for different strategy considerations, is my point.
I'm following you.
Yes.
And if I do the math real quick, right, because the hospitalization's gonna be the hospitalization, the retirement's gonna be the retirement, all the things. And so if I take 2% of the amount that was only calculated for the salary increase, the 6% salary increase, that's $267,009. I feel like I understand what you're saying. That generates $267,000. I hear you. I would not recommend that we make the budget that tight. That's just my recommendation.
Can I just really quickly explain why, maybe? Because look back at this triangle. I think what she's trying to say is that very small margin has to account for any variances that might be here, or quote, contingencies. So as she mentioned, if you'll notice, where's utilities on here?
Green in the middle.
Green, yes. So, for example, right now, we're at 60 million-ish budgeted for utilities and district insurance. But if something occurs in the district that for some reason that number bumps up, the reason why she's saying that you don't want to budget to the penny is because you want to allow some level of variance in terms of contingency. So if the decision is made to reinstate these positions, what I would feel most comfortable with is cutting 4 other positions. Because I would not want to get us into a situation that was so tied up in salaries, or in a position where we might have to end a position mid-year because things got tight. Does that make sense?
I'm tracking. You're trying to build a kitty. I'm calling it a kitty, like a cushion. Yes.
The county will not, well, let me just say, and Kelly can talk about the exacts, like, when we do the budget, the county allows for how much variance? I mean, there's no variance, but if something has to be moved because another expense went higher than the other, we have to notify the county that we're using it for that purpose. So there's no slush pot or anything like that that happens. In fact, the county has said, like, they monitor our spend every month. So we're not I just want to make sure that nobody thinks that we're not budgeting in a way that creates a kitty or a slush. We're just budgeting in a way that wouldn't put us so tight that we end up being in a bad position.
Yeah, I'm tracking that, and I'm not talking about fund balance. You're trying to build a fund balance. That's not what I'm saying. I guess my point is, one, I need to know the answer to the question is how many vacancies we have with locally funded positions. Because the point that you're making, that I'm receiving that you're making, you don't want to build a budget that is so tight that it puts us in jeopardy. Correct. That makes sense to me. But what I'm saying is, it's already so tight if you're talking to me about 4 positions.
Yes, ma'am.
Like, so we're already there.
You're right.
We're already there, and, but again, the question is, how much flexibility is there? Because literally, I'm just looking at the vacancy. Like, because about 200 vacancies, and I don't know if all of those, like you said, all those may not be locally funded. I would imagine that we're filling, well, I don't know, because it depends on the position, so let me not say that. I'm just wondering, I'm wondering what the average is vacancies in our locally funded positions. I think that makes a difference in understanding what flexibility we have in strategies. It's like, so that like, I think that's pivotal to the conversation and in what the recommendation comes back to the board.
HR, when they post a vacancy, they don't identify the funding source. So I don't think she has that data available to her at all. And when they hire, for example, a custodian, we have funding on state and local custodians. When they hire a custodian, I'm going to push that position to state if I have available slots.
Exactly, that makes sense.
And then, obviously it frees up local, but it frees up local for the things like the overages that we don't anticipate and we don't budget for. And the factor, that I've already considered, right? So if our vacancy rate is the opposite, right? If we only have a 1% vacancy rate, we're already over my projection.
Yeah.
And we have, if you take 4 teachers over about 9,000 teachers.
I'm completely tracking what you're saying. I'm completely tracking what you're saying. All I'm saying is, to better understand the strategies, and we're talking about positions and how tight we are, I think we have to know that. Like, I think you would have to know I think that is something worth finding out, is my point, of the vacancies of the local positions, because that is where we're building that's how we're getting to the 6.6, which is a part of the 16.1. Does that make sense? Or am I speaking a foreign language?
No, I hear your request.
I mean, and I'm just saying, as a collective, I just want to make sure I'm not saying something that's completely foreign and having the understanding of the big picture.
6.6 has already been spent. It's already been cut. Like, that money has already been.
Yes, those positions have already been cut, but my point is that it is a part of the 16.1 that is needed, and the question is, so maybe a better question is, I understand what you're saying, do we really need the 16.1? That's the total amount we need, because we're never at 100% fill. That's all I'm saying. You understand that line of questioning? Okay.
I do.
Okay, all right.
So with our current positions that are vacant, Angie gave me this morning, she said there's 191 positions in our district right now that are vacant, and I gotta find a calculator, hang on. So 191 divided by 18,000 positions that we have in our district, our total district. So that's That's 1%. Right, so we have a 1% vacancy rate right now, and I budgeted for 2. I took away money for 2. Because we have done an amazing job at filling positions this year.
Yes, I'm tracking with that, but again, the numbers being presented as 100% of these locally funded positions will be filled.
Yes.
My part is they're not, and I just don't know what that number is. You get what I'm saying, what that trending number is? Of vacancies of locally, because what we're trying to solve for is the gap in the locally funded positions. Of if there is, when there is, when there is a increase. That's all I'm saying. So we may not have that right here today, so I don't wanna belabor it, but I'm just saying that is the consideration. That is the type of strategy consideration that can into play here, that's all I'm saying. I went over. I took too long to do that. Is there any questions about, Dr. Hatch, followed by Board Member Stone?
Yep, and so I think what I'm hearing is that there are likely salary savings for just like delayed filling of vacancies and all of those things. That just is the natural course of business. Like if you are budgeting for a position on June 1, but you don't fill it till October 1st. And so when things happen, like then, you know, that's how you're able to solve some of the problems. And so I think the other part or the other strategy could consider is how can we use that to also maybe solve people problems that we see as a potential challenge. So that's one. But the other thing I would just want clarity on is if there are 4 positions that we're talking about and cutting 4 positions, so would it be cutting 4 position or cutting total value? Right, so if the 4 positions are worth 267, you're cutting 267 in positions to offset it versus adding, not just cutting 4 positions, because not all positions are created equal. Is that a true statement?
I think I'm following you, yes,
So if it's 4 positions, the 4 DSS positions are valued at $267,000.
$500,000.
Okay, if 4 DSS positions are at $500,000, it's not just cutting any 4 positions. You would need to cut positions that total up to 500,000. So it could be 2 positions. It might not be 4 positions, or it could be 10 positions, right? So it's about trying to get the money to match equally.
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
That was where I was going with it too, because there are positions that certain, you know, there's so many pay grades in here and so many positions. So I think my question is, when we make an adjustment, when we hire, and you have a position, if I understand this correctly, you can slot some over to the state side and some to the local, right?
Yes.
So is there a decision-making thing governed by any kind of numbers, or it's just the next person that walks in the door is going to be a state fund person? The next person, the person after that's going to be locally funded? How do you determine when or where to move a position from state to local or vice versa?
So we have a state allotment policy manual that tells us all the rules associated with each of the allotments. And we match up the requirements of the job to the requirements of the funding.
Okay.
In some cases, you have some flexibility. You have funds over here and you have funds over here. And in some cases, the funding is based on position versus dollar. So in cases like that, you always put the highest paid person on the state pay. So every time you hire a position in HR, someone in my office looks at the hiring, they look to see where everybody else is placed. They look to see if this person is paid higher than this person, and if they are, they switch them.
Okay.
So it's a puzzle.
But you can only do that if the rules align.
Yeah,
So teacher would
exactly,
be a great
exactly, that's what
example.
she said.
But
That-
for this example, this would not be a state allocated, so you
Right,
couldn't do
right.
that, if that makes sense.
Okay, yeah, it does, perfectly, thanks.
All right. Thank you for that. I think my point is we have to know that, or it is something I think is critical for staff even to know whether to push that in any way because it could be of so critical importance. But I understand what you're saying. It's no wiggle room, but
So could we look at numbers just one more time real quick? What we just did was we pulled the amount of vacancies we have right now as compared to the total number of positions in the district, and we said it's a 1% vacancy rate.
yes.
And I applied 2% on the other side, on the base. So let's just apply that 1% that we know we have vacant now, and apply that to this $13 million, and give you a number. Because that's close, I can't.
You mean to the 16 million?
Remember, you've got the base retirement and hospitalization and stuff like that. So that's gonna be what it is regardless. It's not gonna change.
Right.
So we're just doing the actual pay increase for the pay line. So if you do the 6,876,441 plus the 6,474,057, that's $13.3 million, and you multiply that by the 1% vacancy rate in the entire district, knowing that 55% of our funds are state and 35% of our funds are local, the maximum amount you're calculating is 133,000, but then you need to take it back to 133,000 would be the maximum to apply the logic that you're suggesting.
No, no, because the comparison that you gave was, you're talking about 55% comes from the state. I'm not talking about those positions. I'm only talking about the positions that are locally funded, which they're all local. I mean, all the funds are attached to it locally. There'll be no state funds. So that example to me doesn't work.
Okay, so let me switch it. It's apply the 55% to the vacancy rate. So if our total vacancy rate for the whole district is 1%, then, and the state provides 55% of the employees,
Okay,
then you have to apply that vacancy rate to the local.
okay,
It's just not much money, that's all.
okay. But just as a note, I still want to know what our vacancy rate is for our local positions typically. I know you don't know the answer to that. I mean, that would be a question for Chief Wood.
We're not keeping the data.
Well, wait a minute. Because locally would be like, I'm not talking about locally funded teachers, like, so we know that number is 700. But all the other ones you can identify by position, right? It would be the bus drivers, it would be, there are a list of position titles, correct? That are locally funded.
There are some that are locally funded only. So the DSS liaisons would be a good example. But you have like any positions that are coded the same. So if you look here on this chart, teachers would be an example, and then any of the instructional support positions. So as you see, 40% of our locally paid people can also be state people. But the way that that's accounted for is not just, like we post, I'm just gonna make up 10. We post 10 positions, but the way that the money works on the back end would be 6 are state and 4 are local. It's not Anna London resigns and she was paid locally, so now we're going to plop a locally paid person in that spot. It can fluctuate from month to month, which is why we apply the entire vacancy rate from our entire population to account for, because it's not an exact one-to-one match, because it fluctuates from month to month. And the way, and I think the other thing that also complicates this without making it more complicated is that depending on who is in a state-paid seat, if their licensure doesn't pan out and we can't get that person licensed, then it automatically flips to local. And because the state says, I'm not giving that person the money because they didn't do X for their license, so then we have to find local dollars to pay that person's salary. So that's why there's always that little bit of now, Chief Wood's team, Dr. Khan and Chief Klutz have done a really good job to make sure that we're tracking that month to month, so we're not getting, it's called a licensure exception. The goal is to have that report shorter and shorter, but that's why there's always that variance. Now, what we can give you of that 2707, which of those cannot be paid for state at all? We can give you that.
Right.
Will that help?
Yes, yes. I'm just asking about the positions that are not state, or local only. You get what I'm saying? There are position titles that are local only.
It can only be paid locally.
Yes.
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 It can only be paid locally.
I'm
Yes,
not
ma'am.
talking about teachers. I'm not, because 700 of the 2707 is teachers, so I'm talking about the other 2,000 positions. What are local?
But in
only?
addition to those 2,000, there's also the instructional support, social workers, counselors, school psychologists.
And those are.
That are
can
also,
be both.
that can be both.
Got it.
But what we will flesh out for
Got
you
it.
are the ones that are not accounted for in the state, that cannot be paid from a state.
Yes.
Is that clear?
Yep, examples of that would be technology and buildings maintenance. Those are the positions.
HVAC technicians.
Got it. All right, Dr. Bognight, we went in a whole rabbit hole, but that's my fault. So I think that where we left this is that, we're looking for some flexibility here. I just think that's just the bottom line for this, particular space as you move forward. So I don't know, any more questions about this, DSS?
When will I know how much the dollar amount is for this scenario and the dollar amount for that scenario it will be?
We can work on that and get that back to the board this afternoon.
All right, I don't know what number we on. Was that number 5? All right, so number 6.
Yep. This is, number 6 is last, I think.
All right, so we're gonna go through strategy 6, and then we're gonna take a short break and then wrap back up about what's happening next.
All right. Good afternoon, Board Chair and board members. We're going to talk about family engagement strategies, and we're going to start with the first slide here, which is option A. So this slide represents the 26-27 budget for family and community engagement. This option maintains and enhances our foundational work across the district, ensuring continuity with communication, engagement, and school-level support. We will be able to utilize the budgeted information here to make sure that we are addressing needs within schools and then building upon the foundation with which we've established around family and community engagement. As you can see from the line items, we've got Parent Square listed here, which is our two-way communication platform for the district. We also have our back-to-school event as one of our key levers. We also have our support for our 8 proof of concept schools. And so for, just a reminder for the group, that is the model in which we want to make sure that we're bringing schools together to serve as a community hub, ensuring that we are partnering with the community to provide integrated support for students around academics, health, and social services. And then also we want to make sure that we're providing ongoing professional development for our family engagement liaisons. As a reminder, we have 1 family engagement liaison per school. And then also, it involves course supplies, marketing, and contracted services. In addition, on the slide, what we've also provided is Title I funds and line items for the Title I funds to make sure that we are outlining the support that's being provided around Family Academy and the empowerment sessions that provide additional support for parents and families. And then also highlighting the key services and materials as it relates to the high needs that we have within some of our communities. And then, so the total investment for option A is $1,045,490, combining both local and Title I funds. I do want to call out that the local funds are $820,490, which is what you would typically see within the theory of change brick. So in the theory of change brick, that is $820,000. And that's because those funds are in direct alignment with our goals and guardrails, whereas the other funds of $225,000 is an indirect alignment to goals and guardrails. All right, I want to jump over to option B, which is going to highlight some enhanced services and initiatives with an additional budgeted cost. In addition, there's some discrepancies within reduced cost as well. So I want to highlight those. So in orange, you can see these are additional initiatives, and I want to go through this list and highlight what those are for you here in a second. All right, so the first one I want to highlight is the expansion of our proof of concept schools. So in the first slide, you saw that we were at 8 proof of concept schools. We want to move from 8 to 13, which would be an additional cost. In addition, we want to provide some additional family academy and empowerment sessions. We also would like to provide some additional family and community engagement program evaluation to assess the effectiveness of what we are doing with parent and family engagement within the district, and that would be a new line item. In addition, we want to look at the reallocation of some resources within these priorities to ensure we are providing support specifically around Crown Ambassadors PD. And so I talked to you guys a little bit about that the last meeting, where every school has a Crown Ambassador that is a parent. In addition, remember, they have a family engagement liaison to bring the parent and the liaison together for continued professional development and support so that they could receive that professional development together and then work within their school to support the school community, whether that's additional training for staff or additional training for parents and families. All right, so the total investment for option B is approximately $1,145,000, which is an increase of $100,000 from option A, representing a targeted increase to expand our reach and deepen our impact around family and community engagement.
Board Member Monterey Duval.
Thank you so much. Do you feel like the strategies outlined here are engaging all of our communities? For example, I know that there are certain communities that don't live online. So things like, and things that I've heard feedback from is like, hey, like, that's not my vibe. Like, I like and I know it's hard to do like a one-on-one thing every single time, but I know, and I can speak for the Latino community, right? Like, they like a little bit more of that as opposed to being like, here's like a lunch and learn. So I'm just curious, because that's such a big population, what, have we thought about any of these strategies and how that would engage them?
Yeah, so I mean, I definitely think the strategies listed here do capture engagement for some families, right? Our goal is to capture engagement for all families, right? And I think it's looking at every possible initiative, every possible engagement strategy that we can find to bring people in, but then for us to also then use outreach and go into the community as well. Specifically for our Spanish-speaking families, we offer English sessions, but we also offer sessions in Spanish. But our goal is to make sure that we are engaging as many families as we can in however means we can, right? So if that is, like to your point, there's not always a, maybe it's not an online option is the best option, right? Because that's why we have the in-person lunch and learns and then the family academy sessions in person. But then if somebody feels as though that's not their thing is the online feature, we do have the opportunity where they can go on and access resources through the family portal at their on their own time as well. So there's different modalities to that.
Can I interject? I think I know what you might be asking. Dr. Esposito, I think Board Member Monterey Duval may be asking for you to go into more detail about the proof of concept schools. I think perhaps that may be what you're looking more.
Okay.
That might be addressed in the question. I understand completely what you're asking. I think that might be addressed in that.
Sure.
I'm not sure what page.
Yes, let me go to the slide.
60 maybe.
$58. All right. So right now, we're working with 8 schools in particular to identify what the needs of those schools are, and then working with vendors, partners, community agencies to provide those additional support to schools. If we look at an expanded model, if we increase to the 5, the goal would be to continue to do the same type of work, right? Identify what the needs of the schools are, and then work with community partners to then bring families in to assess what needs are, and then to work with partners to come in as well to fulfill those gaps, fulfill those needs. So that's really what the proof of concept schools is about. The goal for this too is to also learn, well, what are the best ways to reach all families, replicate those strategies across all schools as well. So it's not just about 8 schools, it's not just about 13 schools, it's about taking best practices in relation to this process and then trying to replicate those across the district and have some lessons learned and that type of thing.
And I think the way that we would get to that is, I'm sorry, Board Member Sandership, I think the way that we would get to that is the question that Dr. Hatch always asks is, how are you identifying schools that are furthest away from opportunity? And those would be the schools that would be captured in those concept schools that we would be listening very closely, not what we think you need, but what do parents need, using that information, and then that's where you see the breakdown of, funding that could be used to support that in terms of the instructional supplies or materials and things like that at those proof of concept schools. That will help us understand if that's working, and then to your point, next year be able to expand. But we would be looking at schools that are in most need of that level of support.
And just to point out too, the proof of concept models are research-based, evidence-based as well. So that is something that we can lean on.
And just for clarity, this is not towards you, this is just towards public. When I care about all students, when I talk about Latinos, it's because it's just my personal example that I can relate to. It doesn't mean that I could be using anything, so I don't mean to offend anybody that thinks that. So just wanted to be clear about that.
Board membership?
Right, and you hear me always talk about people. And we talk a lot about it, and I see a lot that deals mainly with resources. But in the proof of concept schools, and I know I've seen something similar, we've done a lot of different things when we talk about really getting parents connected to the schools. Again, I want to talk about what people do they have. Like when you talk about this, are these schools that, and I'm saying that to say we looked at schools before about parent advocates, parent school advocates, parent family advocates that are at the school base, because I think this is kind of also what Board Member Monterey is saying. How do we give them the level of service they need at the school? And it depends. It starts with knowing what the school needs. But if you have a family school advocate or someone who's right there at the school, they can help facilitate even the information or the ideas you're talking about. Seem like with the proof of concept schools, do they have a position there to support this work?
Yeah, I think, so, oh,
I'm sorry, I just want to jump in, sorry. I just want to make sure that there is a required federal set-aside for Title I schools.
Yes, I was-
For a family engagement line item.
Right.
So this is above and beyond that already federally required line item. And I believe we have 105 schools? 105 schools that already have a required set-aside in their
Exactly.
Title I budget for family engagement. So I just want to make sure that we're clear that this is above and beyond those 105, and we have, of course, 185 schools. So the vast.
Thank you.
So the vast
Thank you
majority of
for
our schools
adding that.
already have funds allocated to them that they're required to use for this purpose.
Right, and I was kind of asking, is that still happening? And making sure that line item is being used, because sometimes I hear, and you hear this trade-offs for positions. I know in the parent piece, there's a requirement, but I also wanted to ask about exactly making sure we have what we need. And these are schools outside of the Title I schools that we're talking about. Right.
they're all Title I.
So these are Title I schools that he would do the proof of concept with, and then for the all 105 Title I schools, they have to submit documentation of how they've used it, and they cannot move, it's a requirement of the federal government, they cannot move that out of the parent engagement line item.
Right.
And forgive me for jumping in. I just want to be clear for the media and everybody that's here. The only reason why I'm making a big deal about this is we are not supplanting.
Thank you.
We are not supplanting. We are supplementing what is already required by federal legislation.
Dr. Hatch.
Thank you. So if I understand the options, is option A what we already have in the budget, or is there a difference in option A?
Really, option A, so option A is the current operating budget going into next year that we've budgeted for. From my perspective, it is really around, implementing what we have in place, but then enhancing what we also have, because there's plenty of opportunity to improve what we're currently doing. So for example, we may be holding Family Academy sessions, right? But do we have the attendance that we want? No, we don't, right? So what are we going to do? Well, we need to communicate. Our outreach needs to be better. We need to make sure that whatever community spots we're selecting, that it's really getting into the community, to the places where it's needed most, or where there's most interest, right? So I think there's always process improvements at play. I've talked to you guys around like Parent Square and how we can utilize Parent Square more effectively, more efficiently. That's an example of really it's about enhancing what we are currently doing. That's really option A. Option B is really where you're talking about some additional expenditures towards it.
Dr. Esposito, can you go back to A, please? I just want to make sure, I think what Dr. Hatch may be asking, I think you may have answered that in part. I'd like to draw your attention to, and right here where it says programming costs Title I funds, this is not the funding that's allocated to schools. This is what we call a district set-aside. So 225, so there's not an increase in that number, 225 from last year to this, but there is a change, is my understanding, Dr. Esposito, in strategy in that 225. So in other words, you've asked the question before, what have we stopped doing in order to do something new to be more effective? If you would speak to specifically what you've identified here for Title I, because I believe there's some things that you are not going to do anymore that you've thought about doing as it relates to the Title I set-aside.
Yeah, so it's increasing the Family Academy and empowerment sessions for community, within the community. So it's going from, and really what's going to play into that too is as we looked at what content we potentially will deliver based on the needs that are identified within areas. If we do a contract with, contracted services, a vendor, a company, our costs could fluctuate within that. If it's a, certain specialty or certain area that we can't cover as a school district, If there's some training, financial literacy training or something that, we would want to contract with somebody for, that may be something that we'd have to pay additional dollars for. But if it's something like how to train, families on how to read a DIBELS report and then how to help their child at home as it relates to DIBELS skills or reading early literacy skills, we might be able to do that more in-house. So it would depend on that.
Yep. And so just to make sure I'm clear, if the board doesn't deliberate another option, we already get option A, right? Enhanced strategies, there's no additional monies that we're contemplating in option A. Option B, the additional monies would be about, I can't do the math that fast, but a little under 100K.
Yep.
And with that, the value of that would be increasing the proof of concept schools from 8 to 13, doing program evaluation to get, I guess, feedback faster, and then investing in the training and the development of the Crown Ambassadors. So that's the difference between A and B.
That is correct.
Okay.
The question I have is, one, I don't think the difference between A and B, I don't know if you made the statement of what trade-off it would be made of where the additional monies would be coming from.
Yeah, the additional dollars would have to come from the $100,000 would have to come from local funds, which is part of that triangle on your all's budget sheet. So it would have to come from one of those pots, local funds.
Yes, but what is not being funded if that happens? You get what I'm saying? Like, there has to be something that we would be getting less of in another category.
The other thing that we considered but rejected was pulling $100,000. I think this would be the best solve for it, would be pulling the $100,000 from the Capturing Kids' Hearts. So in the previous section where that number was 2.4, we would reduce it to 2.3, because that's coming from a one-time at-risk category, and it meets the same thing. And the things that have been identified here are not necessarily recurring. And we could the thing that I like about this option is you would be using $100,000 to invest more deeply, but also have an opportunity to see if it works, and checking those metrics along the way that would allow us to plan better for next year's budget. So what I would recommend is whatever Dr. Balk and I presented, that going from 2.4 to 2.3, and then moving the 100K here. And then that way you're not fiddling with things here that may have unintended consequences. Kind of like pulling I think the best way to explain it would be like pulling a thread out of something that may have unintended consequences here. We have 2.4 that we can use, and we're only talking about $100,000, which isn't that much money in the grand scheme of 2.4. So if I were bringing a recommendation back to the board, that would be my recommendation.
All right, I mean, but my thing is that it shouldn't be from direct student support.
Well, it can, let me rephrase this. There were things that Dr. Balk and I presented that are not direct student support, that's more about capacity building for the future, when she talked about some of that professional development, that we can certainly pull back on to the tune of $100,000. And we thank you for this conversation. This is exactly the kind of conversation we wanted to engage in that will better support what we bring back to you on Tuesday. Yeah. So what I hear you saying is that a guardrail, not goals and guardrails, but a guardrail to protect against would be not pulling from that 2.4 anything that would be direct to student services.
Yes, and it also could mean, in my mind, it could be something else in another category, like if somebody's spending, I mean, if it's a line item for, and I'm not looking at the other slides, if it was like a $10,000 here, like, all of it doesn't have to come from capturing kids' hearts, is my point. Like, so I'm saying, it should be a concerted effort to be like, it could be 10,000 in another area that is not in these two areas that we're just talking about. That's all I'm saying. In those considerations. My only question that I have particularly is about the parent square, and that's our mechanism for communicating to parents. But we also have Infinite Campus. So can Infinite Campus fulfill the needs of what Parent Square does? Because I get messages from Infinite Campus. So I don't know what that difference is.
Can speak to that. Infinite Campus doesn't do two-way communication. It only does one-way communication. So we could use Infinite Campus. We'd be able to send information to families, but we would not be able to receive information back. Parent Square does both.
So then my other question is, does the Let's Talk platform allow for two-way communication?
Let's Talk is basically an email. It's all Let's Talk, I shouldn't say all it is, but Let's Talk basically takes all forms of communication and buckets it into a central box and then sends it back out. But Let's Talk is really just email communication that allows multiple people to have visibility into a topic to assign a task.
Superintendent Hill, I was just going to add that Let's Talk is more school-based related. It's not specifically to the teacher. We don't have access to send direct messaging to the teacher through Let's Talk. It's more school-based responses.
So Infinite Campus will not allow for two-way communication. Is that what it is? You're saying that you can't communicate. It's not a platform that allows for communication directly to the teacher through Infinite Campus.
In its current state, yes.
Okay.
As somebody who used this tool, okay, so Parent Square allows communication to come back to a classroom teacher. Can't say I was a big fan, sorry. I liked it better when it was coming to me via email. That I didn't see the purpose in having it come through that particular portal. The way it worked didn't make it any easier. And I'm wondering, maybe Infinite Campus might be going, no, y'all think not? Okay.
Doesn't have, yeah.
I know, but what prohibits someone from emailing back directly to the teacher? I'm asking a question.
So
Yeah.
Parent Square, while it has a two-way communication, schools are still open to parents emailing them if they have a concern, they have a question, so.
So what
it
does
would
the
still be-
two-way communication really get us? I guess that's a better question.
No,
With Parent Square, it
it's
also
helpful,
comes through
like I
like a text.
just,
Sorry.
I literally just text my teacher, my son's teacher, that I was gonna pick him up from school at 2. Like, it's important to have that, like, communication. Like, I messaged her to ask about his progress reports. I messaged her, like, we talk, like, I don't message her all the time, but how else would I get a hold of her?
It also allows us, it also allows us to, if in the event of an emergency, in the event of a lockdown, in the event of lots of different things, it allows us to send the message out in multiple different languages. It allows it to come in a way that parents want to receive it. So for example, I get some of my messages via text, some of them are via email, and some people get them both ways. Infinite Campus, the primary function of Infinite Campus is a student information system. which also happens to have a one-way communication tool. But the purpose and function of Infinite Campus is to house student information. It is not to provide communication. Parent Square is a way to communicate with parents in multiple ways, and for parents to be able to communicate back to the individual teacher or staff member. And it also allows for generational differences and preferences.
Yep. I was just gonna offer that although the tool might be configured currently to not allow, I think a takeaway could be to understand full capabilities, right? Because just because it's not configured to be able to do one thing doesn't mean it's not capable to do one thing. So I just think it should just be clear that it may not be absolutely that it's impossible.
I think, and I'm looking back there because I'm looking at Candace. Because that, to your point, that Infinite Campus is rolled out by the state, correct? So are there any flexibilities within, and we may not know the answer to that, but I'm just wondering, as you sit here today, do we have any ability to manipulate or reconfigure Infinite Campus in a way that is useful? Oh, Beth's getting up though.
There are, I know, it's a little confusing. There are additional supplements to Infinite Campus that can be purchased for an extra cost. And then in other cases, there are add-ons that we can do. I will confirm, but it's my understanding in either circumstance, Infinite Campus doesn't have the capability to do two-way communication, even with there is no supplement to do that, and there is no add-on that would fix that, but I will confirm that for sure.
Thank you. Any other questions in family engagement? This is 6.
So just so we're at least all clear, and especially me on this part, so option A is currently already in the superintendent's recommendation. Option B would be an additional $100,000, and the options to fund this would be either one option. I think the easier option is just to pull from Capturing Kids' Heart, but I think what we're asking is to look across the full budget to see what are some non-student impacting ways in which option B could be supported. Is that?
Yes.
Okay.
But there's one nuance, because within the Capturing Kids' Hearts, there's professional development that's not student-facing. So we just need to be clear if that's also, because then what we don't want is to confuse staff. And,
yeah,
you know what I mean?
So not taking away from student facing.
So can it be, I guess my question to those that are asking to look at the entire budget or a different area, do you mean, like, if it was presented, it's professional development as part of Capturing Kids' Hearts, would that suffice? Or are you saying, like, that wouldn't suffice, that would have to be from a different bucket of flexible funds that are one-time, blah, 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 blah?
But if they don't get the professional development, then how do they do the work? I mean, I don't want to solve that. I just want to be clear that the ask is not to just, I don't want people to walk away and think, oh, we're just reducing 2.4 to 2.3, because what I heard the chair say, and I agree, is like, let's look at all possibilities to get to option B, not just take what might be the perceivable easier path, which is we'll just reduce.
Correct.
Okay.
All right. So let's take a break, like 5 minutes, and we're gonna come back and wrap this up about what the next steps are going to be. And if you can, in the meantime, if we could put the slide up that had all of the 6 things on there.
you doing? Good. How are you? Another day that I did not work. Take the day off today.
think that's everybody. All right, so we're at the conclusion. And we've been through 6, which is really 8 strategy adjustments. And so I'm gonna go through each one of these. And you're thinking about in your mind, I know you can't make a decision on it now because we gotta see what the recommendation is. But I'm gonna go through each one of these strategy adjustments, and you're thinking like in the theme that we have been going through this entire time is, do you have enough information? Do you understand the trade-offs? Do you understand gaps? And if there are any outstanding issues or questions, in order to make the budget decision. And so we just need to hone on that, because what we'll see is, next will be the superintendent's recommendation. And so I'm gonna just kind of go through each of these for each one of them. I'm sorry, hang on. I'm trying to get my son picked up from school. Yeah. Yeah, okay. All right, so strategy adjustment 1, budget options where assumption for state increase is up to 5%. Any comments on, when I'm trying to phrase this, of what should be seen or could be seen in the superintendent's recommendation?
Yep. I think what I at least understand and heard is that the one slide that we were looking at might.
I just want to make sure she's capturing this, because it needs to be, make sure we all on, make sure you're capturing this, to make sure that we're in alignment in what the expectations are in the official amended superintendent's recommendation.
So I would say, understanding why the county slide might not be able to be different, but I think when we look at the overall budget, being able to see kind of the modifications that Chair Snead mentioned, to be able to show kind of what we're like asking for and what we're budgeted for, I think that would be sufficient for me.
Any other comments? That's about strategy 1, about the state increase up to 5%.
Somewhere in the conversation, we also said 6%. So we are funded, we are able to, right, exactly. On here it says up to 6, here it says 5. Which one are we looking at, 5 or 6?
Well, that was the question that was asked.
Okay.
I mean, that's the strategy that was put forward by the board on Tuesday, was 5, but what was included on there was up to 6.
Okay.
The only other outstanding piece is, for me, it's in that area of, is there a recommendation that allows some flexibility in positions and funding of positions, recognizing that we are not going to have 2,707 positions filled of locally funded positions. All right, so all hearts and minds clear, there's a clear understanding, and I mean this on behalf of board and district staff, not the separation, that we're on the same page of there being an understanding of that. All right, I got the. Okay, all right, so I got the thumbs up for that. Okay, for strategy adjustment 2, additional considerations for keeping the allotments the same as 25, 26 for schools with the most needs. Any comments about that?
It's my understanding that the options that were presented would actually be detrimental. So we are not asking for a changed recommendation in that category, right? Or in that space.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, I don't think we should be entertaining options that
That
are
are
outside the
detrimental.
reasonableness of, that can be done.
Okay. So if the superintendent or cabinet comes up with any options that are not detrimental, that keeps us at a balanced budget, and all of the and, that could be a part of the recommendation, but the options that were attempted to be shared or were shared today were detrimental, and we were not supportive of those.
You're not asking for that.
Correct.
The only thing that I would put in strategy adjustment two, which is, aligns with one, is knowing those moving pieces, because they interrelate with each other. Does it mean that our lowest of performing schools, could an additional support, a baseline support, be added? That was at the 25, 26 level of allotments. Was we have a few, I think we have 6. We only have 6 remaining on the list, correct? So particularly targeting the 6.
No, I'll let Beth answer that question. Low-performing schools.
Yeah, so.
No, we do not. She's speaking those things that are not as though they were.
Okay. All right. So in that category of the 6F or low performing, when you start working that, looking at those numbers, if there is a strategy adjustment that can be made that would allow for the 25, 26 allotment levels to be the same. Yes. No, I don't know. I'm just saying, are we clear? But I feel like you have something to add.
Yes, ma'am. So the answer is, two things. The answer is we already have a strategy, but maybe what you're asking is for us to share that strategy.
No.
It wouldn't necessarily go back to 25, 26, because 25, 26 is based on 24, 25 data. So just to be clear, the way that we do the allotments is base allotments, right? Then you have special population allotments. Then you have Title I, that's a dollar amount allotment, not a position allotment, right? And then Dr. Balknight, Dr. Vaught, the academics team, based on current year data, so they would be using data from this year to make a determine if additional supports are needed. Does that make sense? So that's not going to show up in the base allotment. That would be in addition to. So the answer, if you're asking me if we have another strategy that's different than what's already in play, the response is our only alternative is the options that we presented today that I would not recommend.
But I'm saying that in light of, because the base allotments should not have changed, is that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying? The base allotments didn't change?
No, Change from when? Sorry.
From this school year to the next.
The base allotments have changed because our enrollment is down.
Well, I'm not looking at that. Let me see your book. No, I think it's those papers. Yeah, that's what I need. So, I'm gonna just pick. Give me, I just wanna look. What is an F school? Give me an F school name. Garinger, okay. By goal. So if I'm looking at Garinger. Well, this is goal 4, but so that's fine. Right, so I'm looking at Garinger, right? And Garinger, ADM is reduced. Right, so it's not the same as 25-26. So that means that that baseline teacher allotment is different. But what I'm saying is, and I'm just using Garinger as an example. Oh, no, what am I talking about? I can't see. That's not a good example, because Garinger has gone up a decent amount.
Right.
Yeah, let's see, Harding. Harding's gone up.
I guess a question would be, do we know if the 6 schools that you're suggesting, do we know if they have decreased or increased in ADM? Because it could be that that they will continue to have the same base if they
Right.
didn't decrease in ADM.
Right.
Is that the case?
And also, what other supports do they have because they are
Because of
there?
Title I too.
Well, no, I'm not concerned about the additional supports. I'm just talking about the base. Like, what if their allotments change? So anyhow, instead of belaboring the point of the 6, so let's talk about the 6F, the 32 that's remaining on the low performing list. As you're coming forth with recommendations for 1, does that allot an opportunity, as you look through these positions, for there to be additional support? Additional position support, not the dollar. Does that make sense? Okay. All right, okay, for strategy 3A and B, it is, I think that the strategy that we're looking for a recommendation on is how to support students directly more. I think that's the consensus that's come out of that. I think all hearts and minds are clear on that. Okay, for 4A, we talked about the lunchroom monitors. Well, we talked about the $6 million in the lunchroom monitors. And I think A2 and 4A, and maybe 4B are kind of still all under that theme of balancing the $16.1 million that we're trying to reserve for a scenario up to 6%, and how that interplays with the 2707 positions that are not necessarily completely filled. I think that's all a running theme. I'm looking at board members to say yes or no on that. which then also goes to number 5, strategy 5. Are there some alternatives, like, I feel like it should be something in one of these categories that allows for something to happen with the positions. Like, I think the consensus of the board is there is a priority to maybe DSS liaison positions. Yes.
I'm concerned that we haven't seen the full picture here. Because in my mind, if that scenario that we looked at on this side and this scenario that we looked at on this side, what is the dollar amount? And once we measure that, then that would give kind of a clearer picture in terms of a possible solution. Problem being, between now and Tuesday, what does that mean? And, that.
Yes, so I think Dr. Balknight has said she's gonna get those, and what you're asking about, and I'm just saying this clearly for the record, is the 4 funded positions, what the value is that compared to having the contract services and that other pyramid, which had the liaison, that structure. And I don't know how you balance out the executive position compared to that, because they don't just handle that thing. Because we already know it's gonna be probably way out of bounds. I mean, you know what I mean, not out of bounds, but the executive position is gonna be, that's already filled, but the others may not, if that makes sense. I mean, the other contracted services and the liaison value of those. Has that been captured? I mean, is it an understanding the intersection between these strategies, adjustments? All right. And then 6, I think it's clear of kind of, want to make sure that there's opportunities for more family engagement, direct family engagement, as opposed to training. Can look at capturing kids' hearts as a funding source, meaning the dollars that would attach to that, but also can look at the picture in totality, meaning that you can pull, $5,000 from here, 20 from here to fulfill that gap. That should definitely be explored. It should not just be limited to capturing kids' hearts. All right. So all hearts and minds are clear on the things. All right. So we need a recommendation before Tuesday. So the question is, I don't know that there is, well, I don't know, I'm not gonna say that. Can we set forth a time frame that we can receive this on, because I want to make sure board members have the opportunity to review what a recommendation is and the information that's presented, so their individual board members can contact the individual cabinet member or Dr. Hill with questions before Tuesday. So board members, like, how much time would you need in order to be able to do that sufficiently? So I want to back into it that way.
You only really have Monday.
Yes.
We only really have Monday.
Yeah, I'm just saying
What time on Monday?
Yeah.
I mean, can we ask staff, like, what's a reasonable turnaround time? Like, if we say Monday at noon, but they really need Monday till 5?
So, go ahead.
Would it be helpful if we looked at and prioritized the strategies that we're leaning towards? Would that provide more information? For example, 3A and 3B.
We've said, we've said that.
But which ones are they gonna be guided by, though?
What are you talking about? What do you mean?
Well, it says alternative strategies to whole child, alternative to capturing kids' hearts, that's a line item right there, capturing kids' hearts. And then B, which one?
We just went through that.
Yeah, I know. But I want to hear from them what their.
It's gonna be in the recommendation.
Okay.
I mean, that's what the recommendation is. What are what the strategies are. They've heard our dialogue.
Okay.
We've given feedback. They also are gonna balance that as they balance up against the budget, as well as balance against what our goals and guardrails are.
Okay.
And how we measure those. So they got that back end part.
Do them? Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah.
I mean, I can commit, if I can commit to any time on Monday. What would not be reasonable for me to review would be getting it on Tuesday.
Yeah.
So I know I can't commit to Tuesday, but even if I got it at 5 o'clock on Monday, I still have 12 more hours to look at it.
And it's not only look at it, it is,
Understood.
you gotta look at it, get whatever questions answered, and, we kinda just go from there. I'm gonna say Monday at noon. That way there's opportunity for engagement with staff members. Any concerns about that? And I'm speaking to the room in its entirety. Any concerns about Monday noon?
I have concerns about Monday at noon because our cadence has been that the team works on it over the weekend. We meet on Monday to review it, and then based on what happens in the room Monday morning, if it's not right or all the things, then people go back and do what they're supposed to do. Then we come back for another meeting to stamp it. So Monday at noon just does not provide an opportunity for a review, just like this iteration. We met like 3 different times to make sure that it was right before we bring it to the board.
What about later on Monday?
So close at 5 o'clock on Monday would make me feel more comfortable.
Go ahead.
I'm fine with that.
If it's 5 o'clock on Monday, can people be open to questions that come up later in the evening and in the night?
Yes, staff is always available to take.
Yeah.
You all have their numbers, so you're more than welcome to reach out to them.
Then I'm good with Monday at 5.
So Chair Snee, I see your hesitation, and I'm curious as to if we want openness to potentially maybe doing one of those review sessions either earlier on Monday or like live real time. Because I think the concern could be if there's even back and forth on the individual board member side, how does that impact the ultimate goal that I think we all want to hit? Could you potentially consolidate in the review session and work real time, maybe on Monday morning? So people don't go back, but they do it in the meeting, potentially, just this one time?
We can meet on Sunday, and then, we can have, staff can have a call. I can direct staff to have their things ready by Sunday at noon. We could meet Sunday.
Well, that's Mother's
evening.
Day.
That's Mother's Day. That's okay.
You asked me.
Okay.
So I'm just trying to explain to you what the process is. We can definitely push it up to noon. I just get very concerned because I want it to be a finished product. I don't want to send something to you all Monday at noon that has, anytime you're rushing to do things, there's mistakes. And I'm just trying to guard against mistakes.
So let's do this. Let's do Monday, 3 o'clock. Let's do Monday at 3 o'clock. I believe that we're really not that far from where we need to be. So let's do Monday by 3. All right, all hearts and minds are clear on that? All right. Okay. All right, so I will now this is the open session, business is done for today. I'll entertain a motion to go into, closed session. I gotta read the stuff. 1, to prevent the disclosure of personnel information that's privileged, confidential, and not a public record as outlined in sections 115C-319 and 115C-321 of the North Carolina General Statutes. 2, to consider specific personnel matters, and 3, to consult with our attorneys about matters covered by the attorney-client privilege. This motion is being made pursuant to sections 143-318.11, A1, A3, and A6 of North Carolina General Statutes. Is there such a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Haynes, second by Hatch. All those in favor by show of hands. All right, it is unanimous, Madam Clerk, with 6. So we're now going into closed session.